Good morning, everyone. I would like to extend a hearty welcome to all the attendees of the first World Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Practices, WCMRP 2005. And the theme of the
Good
conference
morning,
is
everyone. I would like to extend a hearty welcome to all the attendees of the first World Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Practices, WCMRP 2005. And the theme of the
Good
conference
morning,
is
everyone. I would like to extend a hearty welcome to all the attendees of the first World Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Practices, WCMRP 2005. And the theme of the Good
conference
morning,
is
everyone. I would like to extend a hearty welcome to all the attendees of the first World Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Practices, WCMRP 2005. And the theme of the conference is Okay, once again, the theme of the conference is integrating knowledge across disciplines for global impact, innovations, challenges, and sustainable solutions. As we embark on this exciting journey together, let us reflect on the significance of this gathering. The first World Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Practices, or WCMRP 2005, was organized by the Concord Educational Research and Development Association, also known as SEREDA, in association with Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, Philippines, and Sri Madhwa Vadiraja Institute of Technology and Management, India. This conference offers researchers, delegates, and scholars an incredible chance to interact with each other and share their experiences and knowledge, to engage in insightful discussions and share cutting edge research findings, advancements, and best practices in science, technology, engineering, education, and humanities, and more. Now, let us learn more about the esteemed organization behind this conference. The Conferred Educational Research and Development Association is an internationally recognized, globally operating multidisciplinary professional research and development association. Conferred Educational Research and Development Association aims to integrate researchers and academicians working in the microdisciplines of science and technology, fostering collaboration and innovation across a broad spectrum of fields. Conferred Educational Research and Development Association is dedicated to building a dynamic community of professionals, educators, researchers, and innovators in the realms of engineering, science and technology, business and management, social sciences and humanities, and education. Our forums and affiliates include distinguished professionals and organizations, all working together with a common goal to be champions of science in safeguarding the Earth. Serata provides a top-tier platform for scientists, researchers, academics, and business leaders by hosting conferences and publishing groundbreaking research. Serada Conferences serves as a dynamic platform for experts and visionaries to advance the frontiers of education, engineering and technology, social science and humanities, fostering collaboration, innovation, and interdisciplinary growth. Now, let's watch a short video to know more about Serada. All right, so I'm Jessamine Simanyalang from Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, and I will be the moderator for today's conference. Now, to begin our day two with insight and inspiration, it is both an honor and a privilege to welcome a highly respected academic and industry expert from Malaysia. Her dedication to cultivating meaningful partnerships between academia and the global industry has contributed greatly to UNIKL's reputation in the region and beyond. Before inviting her to share her message, allow me to introduce her remarkable professional background. Dr. Rosnin Abdul Wahid currently serves as the Deputy Dean for International, Industrial, and Institutional Partnerships at UNIKL Business School, Malaysia. She is also a senior lecturer at the university. Previously, she was the head of industrial linkages from 2001 to 2023 and served as the head of postgraduate studies. Before transitioning to academia, she was the managing director of a company specializing in valve maintenance, repair, and servicing for the oil and gas sector with operations in Malaysia and Thailand. Her teaching career began in 2002 at University Technology Mara Pahang as a finance lecturer covering subjects like banking operations, legal issues and ethics in banking, and lending assessment. She later expanded her teaching portfolio to University Malaya and Open University Malaysia, instructing on money and banking and managerial economics. Dr. Rosni's academic specialization lies in entrepreneurship with a keen research interest on new venture creation. She teaches undergraduate and postgraduate courses, including international and global entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial decision making, and franchise business management. She also supervises students in MBA, Master's, and PhD programs. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Rosni Abdul Wahid.
A very good morning to everyone, distinguished guests, respected organizers, esteemed speakers, fellow researchers, and participants from around the world. It gives me great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the first World Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Practices, WCMRP 2025. On behalf of the organizing and partner institutions, let me extend our heartfelt appreciation to each one of you for joining us in this significant gathering of minds and missions. This year's conference carries the powerful and timely theme, integrating knowledge across disciplines for global impact, innovations, challenges, and sustainable solutions. Indeed, we live in a world that is increasingly complex, interconnected, and unpredictable. On our global challenges, be it climate change, public health, technological ethics, and or social justice, no longer fit neatly within the boundaries of any single field. And to understand them fully and to address them effectively, we must embrace a collaborative, interdisciplinary approach. That is what makes WCMRP 2025 both relevant and visionary. It provides us with a platform to bridge disciplines, spark innovations, and generate sustainable solutions that can create real impact across communities, sectors, and borders. This pioneering event would not be possible without the unwavering support and collaboration of our esteemed hosts and co-organizers, the Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology Philippines, the Conf World Educational Research and Development Association, SERADA, and the Sri Madhwa Vadiraja Institute of Technology and Management, India. Together, we have created not just a conference, but a global forum for integration, inspiration, and transformation. To our distinguished speakers, thank you for sharing your expertise and thought leadership with us. Your contributions will no doubt challenge us to think differently, act boldly, and collaborate meaningfully. To our participants, from academics to practitioners, students to policymakers, you are the heart of this conference. May this gathering not only enrich your knowledge, but also open doors to new research networks, partnerships, and ideas that can shape a better, more inclusive future. Let us use this opportunity to engage deeply, question critically, and connect genuinely. Once again, welcome to WCMRP 2025. Let this be the beginning of many cross-disciplinary conversations that inspire positive global challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rosne Abdul Wahid, for your inspiring words. Our next speaker is a trailblazer in information technology education and leadership. Before inviting him to speak, allow me to first share his impressive background. Dr. Renante A. Diamante is a distinguished figure in the field of IT education. He currently serves as the Dean of the College of Information and Communications Technology at Iloilo State University of Fisheries, Science and Technology main campus, located at Poblacion Site, Barotac Nuevo, Iloilo, Philippines. Additionally, he holds a position or the position of Associate Professor for and actively contributes to the university's graduate programs as Dean and Professor in the Master in Information Technology and Doctor of Philosophy major in Educational Technology programs. He held numerous leadership roles, including President of the ISCOF CBN Teacher and Employee Association from 2019 to 2022 and 2024 up to present. Dean of Iloilo State College of Fisheries, Barotac Nuevo Campus from 2014 to 2016, Chief Operating Officer and Campus Administrator at System Technology Institute Center of Education in Barotac Viejo 2004 to 2007, and Dean of Cabalum Western College from 2009 to 2011. He also served as a full-time IT faculty at St. Paul University of Iloilo System from 2001 to 2004, and a curriculum consultant and a part-time faculty at ABA Institute of Technology Incorporated from 2001 to 2004. Dr. Diamante holds a Doctor of Information Technology, a Master of Arts in Teaching major in ICT, a Master of Information Technology, a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science, and a 2-year Computer Technician Diploma. He was a recipient of the K-12 Graduate Scholarship Program sponsored by the Commission on Higher Education from 2016 to 2020. As a passionate researcher, he has authored several scientific and developmental papers presented in local and international conferences and published in referred and Scopus Index journals. Is also a keynote speaker, peer reviewer, and author of books on quantitative methods and research methodology. His research interests include data mining, image processing, and machine learning. It is my pleasure now to invite and welcome Dr. Renante Apelado Diamante.
So thank you very much for that warm welcome and introduction, Ma'am Jessa. So let me know if I am audible, Ma'am Jessa.
Yes, Doc, you are.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to share my screen. So my screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so before I start my presentation, I'd like to say thank you to the organizers of this Rada for inviting me as one of your guest speaker this morning, or a keynote speaker. So my topic today, this morning, is all about uh, bridging worlds, building tomorrow, integrating knowledge for global impact. So start with, what is this global call to action? We're going to rethink our issues, world issues right now. And then from example in the Philippines as perspective on resilience and innovation. Uh, my voice is okay. I'm loud and clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the opening of the global call to actions is that immediate establish the core premise of the fundamental reevaluation on how we address world issues right now. They suggest a move beyond incremental adjustment, advocating for a paradigm shift in thinking and strategy. This broad calls creates a framework for the subsequent points, highlighting the urgency and necessity of the proposed changes. In the Philippines, perspective and resilience and innovations offers crucial contextual anchor. By rooting the discussion in a specific national experience, it adds a layer of practical insights and potentially diverse viewpoints. The Philippines often at the forefront of climate-related impacts and socioeconomic shift can indeed offer valuable lessons in resilience, the capacity to bounce back from adversity and innovation, hinting at adapted and creative solutions. This specific perspective enriches the global call to action, demonstrating how local experiences can inform and inspire broader efforts. Okay. The tradition in beyond silos, traditional disciplinary approaches are insufficient. Directly addresses a significant limitation of current problem solving frameworks. This acknowledges that the interconnected nature of global issues cannot be effectively tackled by isolated disciplines working in isolation. It implicitly calls for interdisciplinary collaborations, system thinking, and a more holistic understanding of complex problems. This is a critical insight, suggesting that a lack of integration often leads to fragmented and ultimately ineffective solutions. In complex challenges of climate change, health crisis, and inequality demand integration solutions, by identifying specific pressing global issues that necessitate the very integrated approaches being advocated by listing climate change, health crisis and issues, and inequality. The introduction highlights the multifaceted nature of these challenges and reinforce the need for collaborative, comprehensive, and adaptive response. The statement acts as a direct consequence of the beyond silos argument and directly underpins the global call to actions. The imperative integrations, why? Now more than ever, when we see that imperative of integration. In an increasingly complex and interconnected world, we are now globally interconnected each other. The need for integrated approach to global challenges has never been more critical. Traditional siloed disciplinary methods are proving insufficient in tackling the multifaceted issues that define our 21st century reality. Number one, the COVID-19 paradigm. The recent COVID-19 pandemic serves as a stark and undeniable demonstration of this imperative. It was not merely a health crisis, but a multifaceted catastrophe that swept across medical, economic, social, and educational and psychological domains. The virus exposed the vulnerabilities within our system and highlight how a crisis in one area inevitably cascades into others. Lockdowns impacted economies, remote learning strained educational system, and isolations took a toll on mental health. In integration solutions require diverse expertise working together, virologists, economists, sociologists, logisticians, and polymakers, policymakers. Sorry. Responding effectively to such a complex crisis demanded nothing less than integrated solutions. No single field of expertise could provide a complete answer. Virologists work alongside economists to understand the impact of public health measures on markets, while sociologists and psychologists offered insights into community behavior and mental well-being. Logisticians and policymakers were crucial in implementing broad-scale intervention. The unprecedented collaboration across diverse fields underscores the absolute necessity of combined efforts. In 21st century reality, interconnected problems, global markets, global information flow, beyond the pandemic, the modern world is characterized by profoundly interconnected problems. Climate change, global health crisis, rampant inequality, and technological disruptions do not respect disciplinary boundaries. Global market ensures that the economic downturn in one region can trigger ripple effects worldwide. And instant information flow means that local events can rapidly become global concerns. These interdependencies demand a response that mirrors their intricate nature. Shift needed from the multidisciplinary to interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary collaborations. There is an urgent need for a fundamental shift in our collaborative paradigms. Moving beyond mere multidisciplinary approaches where different disciplines work in a parallel but largely independently. We must embrace truly interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary collaboration. When we say interdisciplinary, work involves integrating insights and methods from different fields to create a unified understanding, while transdisciplinary approach to a step further, transcending traditional academic boundaries to include stakeholders from outside academia, such as the communities, policymakers, and industries in the problem solving process. This holistic engagement is the only viable path to developing robust, sustainable, and equitable solutions for the challenges of our time. Innovation through integrations, a new paradigm. Innovation through integrations, the traditional model of innovations often envisions breakthroughs occurring within isolated disciplines where experts delve deeper into their specialized fields. However, a powerful new paradigm is emerging, the innovation through integration. This approach recognizes that the most transformative advancement often arise not from deepening existing silos, but from sparking innovation where knowledge converges across disparate fields. New frontiers are emerging at the intersections, revealing previously unseen possibilities and resolutions. Consider the compelling examples of this paradigm in actions. Bio-inspired engineering exemplifies this by merging the intricate designs and process found in biology with the principles of engineering, leading to the development of sustainable technologies like self-healing materials or highly efficient robotics. Similarly to digital humanities bridges computer science with traditional humanities, disciplines like history enabling scholars to extract new insights from vast historical datasets through computational analysis. Environmental economics demonstrates the power of combining economic principles with environmental science to create market-based solution for conservation and resource management. Finally, the integration of architecture, sociology, and epidemiology in urban planning and public health is crucial for designing cities that are not aesthetically pleasing the functional but also actively promote the well-being of their inhabitants. These examples underscores a fundamental shift moving beyond silos. Through innovation in the 21st century increasingly demands buildings, bridges, crossing divides, and discovering new pathways together. By fostering interdisciplinary collaboration and embracing the synergy of the diverse perspectives, we unlock the potential for truly groundbreaking solution to complex global challenges, heralding a new era of integrated and impactful innovation. Next, navigating the challenges. What stands in our way? Epistemological difference, varying methodologies, definitions, and proof across discipline. When attempting to solve complex problems, a common hurdle we face is epistemological differences. This refers to the varied ways different disciplines approach knowledge, define concepts, and determine what constitutes valid proof. For instance, a sociologist's methodology for understanding human behavior might differ significantly from a neuroscientist. To overcome this, we must cultivate deep respect for diverse approach and actively seek common ground in our understanding and objectives. Another significant challenge lies in the institutional silos. Universities and research institutions are often structured in ways that inadvertently discourage collaboration, funding mechanisms, departmental boundaries, and promotion criteria frequently incentivize individual for discipline-specific work over interdisciplinary efforts. Breaking down these barriers requires institutional champions, leaders who are willing to advocate for and invest in collaborative initiatives. Finally, communication gaps can severely hinder progress. Its discipline develops its own specialized jargon and assumes a certain level of shared understanding among its members. This can lead to misunderstanding and inefficiencies when experts from different fields try to communicate. To bridge the gap, or this gap, we need to train for effective cross-disciplinary communication, emphasizing clarity, active listening, and the ability to translate complex concepts into accessible language. In part of navigating the challenges, what strands the ego ownership protecting intellectual territory? Actions for that cultivate humility, learn from others, and focus in collective impact. One of the most insidious obstacles to collaborative success is the human tendency to protect intellectual territory. This manifests as ego, the diverse for individual recognition, and the need to be right, and ownership, a fierce possessiveness over ideas or work. When individuals or teams prioritize their own contributions above the collective goal, it creates silos, stifles innovations, and prevents and the free exchange of ideas. This is not invented here. Syndrome can derail even the most well-intentioned integrated projects. As valuable insights are withheld and promising avenues remain unexplored due to fear of losing control, or credit. To overcome this, we must actively cultivate humility, recognizing that no single person has all the answers. Open the door to learning from others. Embracing diverse perspectives and acknowledging the strengths of teammates enriches the entire project. Ultimately, the focus should shift from individuals' accolades to collective impact. When everyone understands and buys into the shared vision, the success of the project becomes the paramount goal, diminishing the influence and individual egos and territorial instincts. Time resources, time and resources, integrated projects often require more both. The actions for this is to develop new models for funding and projects. Integrate projects by their very nature are complex. They involve coordinating multiple disciplines, stakeholders, and often competing priorities. This inherent complexity translates directly into the greater demand for the both time and resources. Traditional project management models often design for more linear or isolated endeavors. Frequently underestimate these requirements, the need for an extensive communication, cross-functional meetings, data sharing, and conflict resolutions all consume valuable time. Similarly, the science specialized expertise, advanced tools, and sustained effort requires for true integration constrain existing resource allocations. Without adequate foresight and planning, projects can stall, become diluted, or even fail due to insufficient backing. To address this, we must develop new models for funding and project management. This is not just about more money or extending deadlines. It's all about fundamentally rethinking how integrating projects are supported. This could involve creating flexible funding mechanisms that adapt to evolving needs, implementing agile project management methodologies that allow to interactive development and corrections, and establishing dedicated cross-functional teams with clear mandates and sufficient authority. Furthermore, valuing and investing in the soft resources like communication training, team building, initiatives, and conflicting resolutions expertise can significantly improve efficient and reduce friction, ultimately saving both time and resources in the long run. Next, forging sustainable solutions. Achieving truly sustainable solutions to complex challenges facing our world demands a paradigm shift in how we approach problem solving. This first part of our discussion highlights three crucial strategies: establishing a shared language and vision, embracing boundaries spanners, and rethinking educational models to foster interdisciplinary thinking. First, investing in a common understanding of the problem through a shared language and vision is paramount. The term sustainability, for instance, can hold very vastly different meanings across various fields. To an environmental scientist, it might be emphasize ecological preservation and biodiversity. To an economist, it could relate to a long-term economic viability and resource efficiency. And to a social scientist, it might be a focus on equity, justice, and community well-being. Without a concerted effort to define what sustainability or any other key term means in a given context and to bridge these definitional gaps, collaborative efforts are prone to miscommunication, conflicting objectives, and ultimately failure. Workshops, joints, training sessions, and the co-creation of shared framework can help develop these common grounds, ensuring all stakeholders are working toward the same goals with a unified understanding. Secondly, embracing boundary spanner is critical for navigating the complexities of interdisciplinary challenges. These are individuals who possess the unique ability to connect disparate fields, understanding diverse perspectives, and translate ideas between different domains. They might be polymath with expertise in multiple subjects, interdisciplinary researchers who comfortably straddle academic silos, or skilled facilitators who can guide diverse grounds towards common ground. Nurturing and empowering these individuals is essential as they act as a vital conduits for knowledge, exchange, innovation, and collaboration. They can identify synergies that others miss, anticipate potentials, conflict, and help build bridges between different professionals and academic culture. Finally, rethinking educational models to promote interdisciplinary thinking from an early age is a long-term yet fundamental strategy for cultivating future generations equipped to tackle complex sustainability issues. Traditional educational system open silo knowledge into distinct disciplines, inadvertently discouraging holistic problems solving. Next, in Forging Sustainability Part 2, Forging Sustainability Strategies for Success delves into crucial approaches for building lasting answers to complex problems, emphasizing collaborative tech-driven and open-minded strategies. A cornerstone of this framework is to incentivize collaboration. Sustainable solutions rarely emerge from isolated efforts by rewarding interdisciplinary work through targeted grants, co-authored publications, and performance evaluations that acknowledge collaborative contributions. Organizations can dismantle silos and foster a culture of shared responsibility and innovation. Leveraging technology in today's interconnected world, tools like AI or artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and collaborative online platforms are not just enhancement but necessities. AI can identify patterns and predict outcomes. Big data can provide unprecedented insights, and digital platform can facilitate seamless communication and project management across geographical dispersed teams. Furthermore, the strategy emphasizes a focus on grand challenge instead of narrowing defining problems, framing them as grand challenge. Example, food security and changing climate inherently, inherently demands diverse input. Such broad, multifaceted issues transcended traditional disciplinary boundaries, necessitating a wide array of expertise from agricultural science and economics to climate modeling and social policy to even begin formulating effective responses. Finally, the discussions underscores a critical importance of embracing humility and curiosity. Sustainable solutions are not born from a single genius, but from a collective intelligence. This requires stakeholders to be an open-minded, willing to learn from others, and genuinely appreciative of all contribution, regardless of their origin or perceived stature. Okay? Number 8, next slides. Real world impact. In the era of defined by complex global challenges, the real-world impact stories from the front lines highlights the tangibility benefits of interdisciplinary collaboration and addressing critical issues. Circular economy initiatives, a paradigm shift in resource management. The traditional linear take, make, dispose model is proving as unsustainable. Circular economy initiatives, however, offer a transformative alternative by focusing on reducing waste and maximizing resource utility. This fundamental shift is not the brainchild of a single discipline, but the result of intricate collaboration. Material scientists are the forefront, innovating new materials that are durable, recyclable, or biodegradable. Their efforts are complemented by economists who develop viable business models for circular system and supply chain experts. We re-engineer who re-engineer logistics for reuse and recycling. Policymakers play a crucial role in creating the regulatory frameworks that incentivize circular practice, while community collaboration ensures widespread adoption and success. Smart cities development. As urbanizations accelerate, smart cities development emerges a crucial approach to creating efficient, livable, and sustainable urban environments. This ambitious undertaking necessitates a multidisciplinary effort. Urban planners envision the holistic development of cities, integrating technological solutions with human needs. Data scientists analyze vast amounts of urban data, providing insights into traffic patterns, energy consumptions, and public safety, which then providing informed decision making. Engineers design and implement the infrastructure from intelligent transportation system to smart grids. Sociologists contribute by understanding the social dynamic of urban living, ensuring that technological advancement enhance rather than detract from community well-being. Furthermore, public safety experts leverage technology to create safer environment through predictive policing and efficient emergency response system. The ongoing development of smart cities showcases how technology, when integrated thoughtfully with human-centric design, can transform urban landscape into vibrant, responsive, and resource-efficient habitats. Precision agriculture, nurturing the earth with data, feeding a growing global populations while minimizing environmental impact is a critical challenge. The precision agriculture offers a powerful solution. This field leverages cutting-edge technology and scientific understanding to optimize resource use and boost agricultural yields. Satellite imagery provides farmers with comprehensive data on crop health, soil conditions, and moisture levels across vast areas. This information, coupled with the analytic power of artificial intelligence, allow for highly targeted interventions. AI algorithms process complex datasets to recommend precise amounts of water, fertilizers, and pesticides, thereby reducing waste and preventing runoff. Soil scientists contribute their expertise to understand the intricate properties of different soils, enabling tailored fertilization strategies. Agriculture engineers design to implement the specialized machinery and sensors required for precision farming. The tangible benefits are clear: reduce environment footprint through optimized resource use, higher crop yields leading to great food security, and increased profitability for farmers. Precision agriculture exemplifies how data-driven insight can revolutionize traditional practices, leading to more sustainable and productive food system. In conclusion, these stories from the front lines underscores the immense of power collaborations across diverse disciplines, whether it's redesigning or relationship with resource in the circular economy, building more intelligent, livable cities, or revolutionizing food production through precision agriculture. The impact is profound and far-reaching, demonstrating a collective commitment to a more sustainable and prosperous future. Last, conclusions that the questions not in way integrate, but how effectively. Our ability to tackle challenges and breaking down barriers and building bridges. Individual rules, be a bridge builder, curious learner, a champion for collaboration, and the collective powers, the sum of integrated knowledge is far greater than its part. So I hope that there is all of the researchers or the participants will become a successful presenter later. And thank you very much for this opportunity, Ma'am Gisa. So thank you and God bless everyone. That's all.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Renante Apelado Diamante, for that enlightening talk. So before we proceed with our next speaker, I would like to inform everyone that we are also streaming live on YouTube. So you may visit the Conworld channel to watch the live broadcast and feel free to share it with your colleagues, students, or anyone who might be interested. Okay, so we now continue with a keynote from a global leader in human resources and organizational development. Before we invite him to speak, let us take a moment to get to know his outstanding background. Professor Dr. M. Amir Sadiq is the Chief Human Resources and Organizational Development Officer at Mashroak Consulting and Training, co-founder and vice president of Learning and Development at Educators UK. He has over 40 years of, practical experience as a Chief Human Resources Officer at several international companies. In addition, he is university lecturer at business schools in Egypt and Europe, a member of the advisory board of the Harvard Business Review, associate professor of Middle East programs at Victoria University, Switzerland, and assistant professor of human resource management and strategy at the Paris School of Management. He is a professor of human resources and a member of the board of directors of the International University for Science and Technology, Latvia. He is a member of the advisory board and the expert council of the Arab Trainers Union, the Council of Economic Unity, the League of Arab States, and a member of the board of the Leadership and Governance Institute and the Leadership and Management Institute in United States. He was ranked globally in 2014 by the UK as one of 20 most international influential in human resources, and in 2023 and 2024 by the United States as one of the 25 global thinkers in human resources. Moreover, he received more than 15 international awards from numerous Arab and foreign countries. He was the first Egyptian Arab to win the American Stevie Award in 2006. He holds fellowships in numerous relevant foreign organizations, in addition to being an international speaker at conferences in Arab, foreign, and Asian countries. He is a member of the jury for numerous international awards within the department. He has published numerous articles and books in South Africa, India, and Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now hear from Professor Dr. M. Amir Sadiq.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for such a elaborated introduction. Due to the current situation, I will try to make my speech short and sweet because the internet is unstable. So let me join the screen. right? I will share the screen. Okay, great. We all know that human resources is the strategic function responsible for managing an organization most vital assets, people. It acts as the critical link between the organization goals and individuals who achieve them. From organization point of view, HR ensure the right people are in the right roles, develops talent, align workforce capabilities with the strategic objective, and maintain efficient structures and process. It's essential for organizational effectiveness and sustainability. For people, HR focus on attracting, developing, motivating, and retaining the employees. These include, but not limited to, fair compensation, learning opportunities, performance management, fostering engagement, and ensuring well-being, essentially maintaining a productive and satisfied workforce. So now we have added the society as well. We need to focus on broader context, promotes ethical practices, fair labor, diversity, equity, and inclusion, ensure legal compliance, contribute to community well-being through employment, and shapes corporate social responsibility. Such practices influence social norms and economic health. Why the balance matters? The matter of fact is that organization will not be able to thrive long term without considering all the stakeholders. For performance point of view, balanced approach will lead to higher productivity and innovation. And of course, brand, modern stakeholder demand ethical practice and social responsibility. For organization perspective, definitely human resources looking for the need to motivate the employees to achieve optimal output. In short, it need to achieve the organizational vision and mission. Cost control, effective labor cost management is critical for profitability. Sorry, and strategic alignment policies must support core business goals like growth, innovation. To do that, HR need to focus on training and development, structured programs, make sure that the TNA aligned with the organizational vision and long-term goals and short-term objective. Performance appraisal, systematic evaluation of employee contribution. When I believe that performance appraisal or performance management system in the majority of organizations that I have seen is sick. It needs to be revived, it needs to be readdressed. Succession planning, which is the missing item in the majority of organizations in order to prepare talent pipelines for key positions. And internal communication, keep people informed about what's going on, particularly in the current political situation in the region. Hope that will be resolved soon. From employee point of view or perspective, they need well-being. They need to balance work and life. They need to maintain happy life, as well as their career development, career path, growth opportunity, skill enhancement and development. I believe that organizations need to focus on continuing education, certification, as well as yes, certification. Nowadays, most of people looking for certification rather than master's degree or doctorate degree. They need to participate, particularly in decision making. They need to know what's going on, and definitely fair compensation, competitive salary and benefits. So organizations need to do a salary survey on an annual basis and adjust salaries accordingly. So to do such things, employee maintenance activity will include well-being programs, mentorship, recognition system, acknowledgement of the contributors, and feedback mechanism for people input. Corporate social society perspective. Corporate social responsibility. HR need to be engaged in the community, positive societal impact. It need to reflect and respecting societal diversity, inclusion, ethical practices, upholding human rights and fair treatment, and of course, environmental stewardship. I'm sorry, I'm rushing the presentation due to the internet. For corporate social responsibility impact, as you see from the graph, community impact score and employee engagement score. I don't have to read it or to go through it. Diversity inclusion. Organization with strong diversity and inclusion outperform competitors by 36% in profitability, while better serving diverse customer bases. That need to be focused. So HR, probably they need to have a policy on that, on diversity, inclusion, and equity. Ethical. Nowadays, we are talking about governance, human resource governance. HR cannot and should not be the write the policy and execute the policy as well. So we have to work on think of governance, human resource governance. For ethical practices, labor standards, fair working hours, 8 hours maximum, safe condition, and freedom of association. Anti-discrimination, everybody equal, regardless of nationality, beliefs, religion, unbiased hiring, male and female, equal opportunity to everyone, and harassment prevention. Nowadays, so many organizations, they have introduced harassment policy. Supply chain ethics, vendor code of conduct, ethical sourcing, and modern slavery prevention. For the maintenance activity, for the societal, so sustainability training, educating people on environmental and social impact. How can they integrate that? Community outreach involving employees in local development initiative within, for example, charity organization. Okay, diversity and audit, assessing, improving, inclusion practices, and ensuring adherence to laws and standards. Implementation challenges. I greatly believe that first implementation is the stakeholders. Top management, board of directors will have a lot to say. So one of it is competing priorities. Which come first? Which one first? Organization needs sometimes conflict with employee or societal expectation, particularly the profit organization. Resource constraint, limited budget or staff for implementing comprehensive programs. And need to measure the impact, which is difficulty quantifying societal and some employee outcomes. Stakeholder alignment, gaining buy-in from leadership, chairman, CEO, and board of directors, and workers for balanced approach. So before I end, because I see the internet will cut soon, we need to balance up the approach. HR must maintain balance between organization, employee needs, and societal expectation. We need to integrate system. HR need to move from being a custodian of policies, procedures, into other things, all the three perspectives. Long-term success organization that embraces those three perspectives achieve sustainable performance and positive brand repetition. Strategic impact becomes a true, HR becomes a true business partner, not only saying, when it balance all of those things. I'm so sorry for being fast because my internet here in Egypt is really bad nowadays due to the current war in Palestine, and hope that I introduce just a little of what I meant by human resource maintenance. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Jessa. Uh, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. M. Amir Sadiq. Very much appreciated, Doc. Now, as we move forward, we are honored to welcome an expert in creative technology and educational innovation. But before we invite him to speak, let us first become acquainted with his academic contributions. Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Khairul Azhar bin Matdaud is a distinguished academic specializing in educational technology and its application in um, technical education. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from University of Technology Malaysia, a Master's in Education from UTM, and a PhD in Education Technology from University of Science Malaysia. Currently, he serves as the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Creative Future and Heritage and leads the research group for creative technology at the Faculty of Creative Technology and Heritage, University of Malaysia, Kelantan. His research focuses on integrating digital technologies, particularly augmented reality, to enhance 3D visualization and technical drawing skills in engineering education. He is also engaged in research on digital literacy among English language instructors, exploring how they adapt and integrate digital tools to improve language learning outcomes. Dr. Carroll's work examines the challenges and opportunities in developing digital literacy among instructors, with a focus on enhancing pedagogical effectiveness. Through his research, he is committed to innovating educational practices in technical fields, aiming to create more interactive and effective learning experiences for both students and educators. With that, please join me in welcoming Dr. Khairul Azhar bin Daud. Okay, while waiting, let us give him a moment to join the Zoom meeting.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I am Associate Professor Technologist Dr. Khair Azhar bin Haji Mat Daud from University Malaysia Kelantan, Malaysia. So it's a real pleasure to be here today and to have the opportunity to share some exciting findings from our research stations. Okay. So the title of my presentation is about enhancing academic writing quality through AI and the RIC framework. In this study, we explore how artificial intelligence, which is AI, can be meaningfully integrated with a structured tools we call the Research Edition Canvas, or in short terms, we call it RIC. Our aim was to improve the quality of academic writings, particularly among postgraduate students and early career researchers, who often face challenge in articulating their research ideas effectively. We took a quantitative approach to validate our framework using partial least square structure equation modeling, PLS-SEM, to map out the analysis, the relationships between key constructs. So the result, which I will walk you through shortly, suggests that this integrated approach could have a significant positive impact on research supports, writing developments, and supervision practice in higher education. So today I will guide you through how we designed this model, what we found, and how it could be practically applied in academic context. Okay, looking to these slides, over the years, I've noticed how academic writing has changed, especially with the influence of the technology. Personally, I find that AI helps a lot in draftings, editings, and even coming up with ideas when I'm stuck. But despite these tools, I still see many students, and even myself actually, at times struggling with structure and coherence in our writings. That's what led me to explore how we can combine AI with something more structured and cognitive, like the Research Edition Canvas, that is to improve our academic writing process. Okay. So, in my experience, artificial intelligence or AI is becoming a valuable tool in education, especially in supporting personalized learning and academic writing. That's what Alokins et al.'s 2022 stated is. So, I often use AI application to get a real feedback on writing. They help me spot grammatical errors, refine my sentence, and even generate fresh ideas. And however, I have also noticed that AI can feel mechanical at times. It doesn't always encourage deep thinking or reflection. So I'm concerned that relying too much on AI might reduce our engagement with the actual research process on the topic itself. So on the other hand, I have found that using visual framework like the Research Edition Canvas or RIC is really help in organizing my ideas and thinking more deeply about the research. When I use RIC, I can clearly map out the research problems, the significance, objective, and the intended outcomes. It makes my writing more structured. So, despite this benefit, I realized that there were little research combining AI and RIC to improve academic writing. That gaps, I believe, we should explore further. Then I have seen how AI have transformed academic writing, like making grammar checks, generating ideas, and offering quick feedback more easier. But from my experience, something is still missing. These tools don't often work hand in hand with cognitive frameworks like the Research Edition Canvas or RIC, which help us structure out thinking more deeply. So while AI is great for language polishing and speeding up writing, I have noticed it often functions in isolations. It really pushes us to engage in deeper critical thinking. Then many tools focus on surface level improvements like grammar, spelling, paraphrasing, but they don't really help with developing strong argument or coherence. Then one study I came across mentioned that while 70% of students use AI for writings, only 12% use structured planning tools like RIC. That's a huge missed opportunity. So that's I believe there are a great potential in integrating AI speeds and accuracy with RIC structured approach to planning and idea development. To me, the real gap is the lack of empirical research on this integration, how it could solve common challenges in academic writing like clarity, coherence, and critical argumentations. So we need a model that merges AI analytical power with RIC cognitive guidance, especially at the postgraduate level, where complex thinking and writing to go hand in hand. Okay. So let me introduce you to a tool that has really changed the way I think about academic writing. That is the Research Ideation Canvas or RIC. Personally, I use RIC to map my entire research idea from identifying the problems to clarifying objective, significance, methodology, and even expected outcomes. What I like most about RIC is that it gives me a clear structure. Instead of jumping straight into writing, I can visually organize my thought first. So this is the Research Ideation Canvas. It helps me avoid going off track, especially when I'm working on complex topics or lengthy papers, so I can see how each part of my research connects. So I have also found RIC useful in workshops and group discussions. Everyone can see the research logic at a glance, which really improve communication and collaborations. So unlike AI tools that assist with language, RIC works at the cognitive level. It strengthens my understanding of what I'm researching and why it matters. So in short, we can say that RIC doesn't just make writing easier, but it must make thinking sharper and more focused. Okay. So my main goal in this study is to explore how the RIC framework influences the quality of academic writing, especially among postgraduate students and novice researchers. I also want to understand the roles of AI plays as a mediator. In other words, how AI might enhance the effect of RIC on our writing outcomes. Personally, I am curious how AI tools help with specific writing tasks like generating ideas, formulating abstracts, and maybe developing full manuscripts. And finally, I'm trying to develop and validate a quantitative pass model using PLS-SEM. This model will explain how the integration of AI and RIC works together to improve academic writings. So in these studies, I designed a simple but meaningful conceptual frameworks. At the core, I'm looking at the Research Ideation Canvas or RIC as the independent variables that represents how we structure and plan our research ideas. The outcome I'm interested is in quality writing. which is my dependent variable. That's the standard of academic writing produced by students. Okay. Then between them, between research edition canvas and quality writings, I see artificial intelligence or AI has a mediating variable. AI tools may enhance or influence how effectively RIC leads to better writing outcomes. So this frameworks helps me explore how RIC supported by AI can lead to clearer, more structured academic writings. Then, if we look into the methodology for this study, I decided to take a quantitative approach using PLS-SEM because it well suits for exploring new models. I conducted the analysis using Smart PLS 4.0, which allowed me to test both the measurements and structural model effectively. I choose this model because it's ideal for exploratory research, especially when the goal is to understand complex relationship between variables. Okay? So to make sure the model was solid, so I started with a confirmatory factor analysis or CFA. I focus on three main constructs. They are AI, RIC, and quality writing. During this process, I check for both reliability and validity to ensure that each construct was measured accurately and consistently. Okay, so when I examine the AI construct, I use four indicators. They are A1, AI1, AI2, AI3, and AI4. The factor loading range from 0.704 to 0.819, which is great because they are all above the acceptable 0.7 threshold. So this result gives me confidence that the AI construct had strong reliability and solid construct validity for this study. For the RIC construct, I use four indicators as well. They are RIC1 to RIC4. So the factor loading came out between 0.756 and 0.855, which shows a strong level of measurement accuracy. So this result confirms that RIC is a valid exogenous variables, just as supported by previous study like Fingu et al. In 2022. Then, when looking to the construct of quality writings, I focus on indicators that reflect clarity, coherence, and the strength of arguments. The factor loading range from 0.729 to 0.894, which indicates very strong measurement and consistencies. Based on this result and supported by Bailey and Cadwell 2024, I can confidently say that this construct shows strong reliability and conceptual alignment with writing quality. Then, from the findings, I observed that combining AI tools with the RIC framework helps students better structure their research and express their ideas more clearly. AI provided real-time feedbacks, improved grammar, and helped generate contents which boosted students' confidence in writings. So at the same time, RIC encouraged deeper thinking by guiding them through the key elements of research planning. They are like problems, objective, significance, and so on. So I believe this integration promotes both technical quality and cognitive depth in academic writing. Moving forward, I suggest that educators adopt this AI-RIC model in writing workshop and postgraduate supervisions. Additionally, ongoing training and technical guidance are essential to ensure AI is used to support that not replace critical thinking in the academic process. Okay, so regarding to that, I recommend introducing RIC early in coursework and bridging in AI tools during more advanced stage. This phase approach aligns well with cognitive load theory, okay, which is helping students build cognitive scaffolds gradually. Then I have also seen the value in developing structured training modules so that both RIC and AI tools are used effectively. Then, in the final conclusions from this study, I conclude that the RIC framework gave me a clear structure for organizing research ideas. At the same time, AI tools provide valuable support, especially in language refinement and idea generation. When I use both tools together, I'm able to handle complex academic writing tasks more effectively. So for me, the key takeaway is that a balanced approach, which is blending cognitive structure with technological assistance, then it is essential into the digital academic landscapes. So, thank you for your attentions and times. I appreciate the opportunity to share my insights on integrating AI and the RIC framework to enhance academic writing. Then I'm happy to take any question or hear your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Good
Kairul
morning,
Mazar
everyone. I am Associate Professor.
bin Matdaud for your engaging presentation. Next, we are privileged to hear from a highly accomplished civil engineering professor and global collaborator. Before we hear his keynote, let us take a look at his career. Associate Professor TSGSIR Dr. Kuok King Kuok earned his Master of Engineering from UNIMAS in 2004 and completed his PhD at the University Technology of Malaysia in 2010. Presently, his academic impact is reflected in an H index of 20 and an I-10 index of 35 with over 1,600 citations to his credit. He has contributed significantly to the scholarly landscape, authoring over 80 peer-reviewed journal articles, 30 conference proceedings, and 40 book chapters. He has published a book titled Meta-heuristic algorithms and neural networks in hydrology. Dr. Kowak's research portfolio is diverse, spanning critical areas such as flood foresting, artificial neural network models, development of filter membranes, climate change impacts, derivation of equatorial soil loss equations, low impact development, sustainable water supply, and stormwater modules. His multifaceted expertise extends to building information modeling, 3D printing, and project management, reflecting a broad spectrum of research interest. With a global perspective, Dr. Kuok has established collaborations worldwide engaging with researchers in Australia, New Zealand, Russia, UAE, the Czech Republic, Bangladesh, and Malaysia. His dedication to the academic community is underscored by his involvement in organizing 20 conferences in various capacities. Dr. Kowak's contributions extend beyond the realm of academia. He serves as a member of the editorial board of a few journals. Recognized for his professional competence, Dr. Kuwak is a registered professional technologist with the Malaysia Board of Technologists and qualifies as a chartered professional engineer in Malaysia, ASEAN, and APEC countries. Dr. Kuwak brings a wealth of practical experience, boasting 10 years in the industry before starting his academic career. Let us now welcome Dr. Kuwak King Kuwak.
Thank you. Can I share my screen? Thank you very much for your welcome.
Yes, Doc.
Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. So the title of my presentation today is related to flood, And the full title will be Sustainable Urban Stormwater Solutions, the role of low impact development strategies, meaning to say that we try to implement the LID methods to reduce the flood issues that we are facing from time to time. I think, okay. So once we have flood, most of the time we are facing a few challenges. The first one, which we face most of the time, is economic losses, meaning to say that the road, the infrastructure, the house will be damaged due to the flood. And if the flood is very severe, then it may cause loss of life. And then with having the severe floods, most of the time it will bring some negative impact to the environment, especially the flood marks and also the erosions. Then it will pollute our water resources. So Sarawak is located within Malaysia and is located within the tropical region. So all the time we are facing heavy rainfall. So these are the lists that this is part of the list that flood list that we are having that have been recorded in Sarawak. And throughout the years, I think we have hundreds of such lists in our webpage. So these are the floods that we are facing. These are the flood pictures that we have recorded from time to time. This is the flood that we have faced in Kuching. This is another flood, and these the ministers that have to jump into the river to rescue the flood victims. And then some of the buildings have collapsed due to the flood. And then due to the flood have caused some erosion to some other areas. And then from time to time, the flood will wash away the vehicles into the rivers or into the drains. And in all this, what we do is, how are we going to mitigate the flood problem? Is we are going to build, we built the larger drainage systems in all days before the development. The road, the drainage possibly will be the earth drain, and then how are we going to mitigate the flood? Also, in all days will be we line the concrete channel, build the larger one. So if in all days, if we have the flood in our this place, so how are we going to overcome it? Will be we build a line of concrete and we build a larger one. So the problem will be the flood will be transferred to downstream. So at the downstream, what do we do is if the flood happens at downstream, what do? It will be we line the concrete again. Then the immediate impact will be the flood will be transferred to downstream. So if we line it again, then it will be further transferred to the downstream, the flood problems. So this is not a good solution, in fact. And this approach, I think we are not using it anymore in this modern era. So how are we going to overcome the flooding issues is we can mitigate the flood using the natural base flood mitigation strategies, meaning to say that we use the natural ways to mitigate the floods. One of the way is we try to store the water in the wetlands. So when the rain stops, then we release the water from the wetlands, then the flood will be mitigated. Another way is how are we going to mitigate the flood naturally is through our afforestation, meaning to say that we plant the trees and then create more green surfaces, so they will enhance the infiltrations. And then once the water infiltrated, the surface runoff will be reduced. Okay. And another way is what we are practicing nowadays, but it costs a lot of money, is we try to deepen the river, we try to restore the river, we try to clean up the river so that the capacity of the river will be the capacity of the river to store the water will be high enough. And this is the natural way. So as an engineer, we also have some innovative approach. One of the ways is we build the drain dams at the upstream. So once we build the dam, then the water will be stored inside the dam. Then at the downstream will be prevented, will be inhibited from being flooded. Another way is we build the leaps and dikes, meaning to say that we build a bigger drainage, bigger rivers. So once we build the bigger leaps and dikes, so what will happen is it will accommodate more waters. Then as a result, the areas will be protected from the floods. So with with the IoT system that we are having, with AI system that we are having, we can create the early warning systems, meaning to say that we can provide the early warning to the people so that the people will have time to evacuate themselves before the flood comes. Okay, but all this approach, I think it needs a lot of money, and then it needs the implementation. It will only can be implemented by the government agency. But now, as a human being, we are living in this modern era. So we want to contribute to ensure the resilience environment, to create a resilience environment, to make sure that we are able to contribute some things to the environment, okay, so that everyone can, in order to create a sustainable living in the city. So one of the ways where everyone can contribute in order to ensure that and where everyone can contribute to mitigate the flooding system is we try to introduce the low impact development. It can start from we ourselves. It can start with from the developers and so on. So how are we going to implement the low impact development? Basically, is we try to use the natural resources, natural methods, such as the plants, such as the soil, to enhance the infiltration rate and to reduce the surface runoff. Another way is we try to control the water so that the water will be stored at the place temporarily, and after the rain stop, then only then the water will be released to the downstreams. And with this, it will create a sustainable environment. So it will reduce the rate of floods that we are facing nowadays. And with this implementation of LID strategies, so this is aligned with the Sustainable Goal Development SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goals SDG goals number 11, where it is able to create sustainable cities and communities. And now, from time to time, I think we are facing a climate change problem. And due to climate change, as the time goes on, from time to time, we are facing floodings. So this is one of the methods also to align with the Sustainable Development Goals SDG number 13, which is able to combat against the climate change. So some of the other techniques that we are implementing, one is using the rain gardens or bioretention systems. So it's very simple. It's an empty space, and then we try to plant various type of plants. Then with the plants, it will enhance the infiltration, it will reduce the surface runoff, and the plants is able to collect some of the rainwater on the leaves through intersection process. So rock and tarsier ropes and concrete are impermeable. So in order to enhance the filtration process, then we try to introduce the permeable pavement where it allows water to seep through the surface of the ground, and then it will reduce the runoff. Another way is we try to introduce a green roof where we store the water at the rooftop there. Okay. And at the same time, we also can reduce the runoff by storing the water inside the rain barrel or rain harvesting systems. Okay, and this rain barrel or rain harvesting system, it can be located on the top of the ground, on the surface of the ground. It can be located underneath the ground. So it can, there's the spatial name for it. We call it underground storage tank. And then this tank can be constructed using concrete, and it can be constructed using the stormwater module. It is a plastic pipe where it can join together to form a storage system, which is located underneath the ground. Okay, these are some of the LID strategies. So with the successful implementation of the LID strategies, what we are going to have is what are we going to expect will be. So areas will be avoided, we will be protected from flooding, and then it will be integrated with the green infrastructures. So by the time we reach a place with integrated with the LID systems, then there will be a lot of greenery pastures, and with the help of landscape architect, it is going to create a very beautiful garden city in the environment. So the benefits of the implementation of LID will be it is able to reduce the runoff because most of the water have been infiltrated. It will improve the water quality because if the water was contaminated, okay, the total nitrogen, total phosphorus will be updated to the plants, then the water quality will be improved, and if it consists of a total suspended solid, then it will be filtered inside the soil, okay, and it will recharge the ground, okay, through the infiltration system, and with this, we are able to mitigate the flood. So how are we going to go with the LID system is actually we can design it using the software where we can download it for free from the internet. Okay, the software name is SWMM. The full name will be Storm Water Management Module. And then this Storm Water Management Module, SWMM, was provided by EPA, Environmental Protected Agencies from USA. So we can use it for free, in fact. So the process of modeling will be, we collect the data, including the rainfall data, catchment location. Thereafter, they will create the models. Then we try to input the models into the system, calibrate it. Then we can do the simulation. Then straightly we can obtain the results. Okay. So
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Kuok.
yeah.
Have you moved to the next slide? Because it's still showing the first one on our screen.
Oh, I see. Oh, sorry.
It's okay now.
Oh, you missed all the beautiful slides. Okay.
Yeah, it's showing now, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so some of the LID practices that are available inside the SWMM model would be the bioretention systems, the rain barrel, premier pavement, wind roof, rain garden, vegetative swale, infiltration trench. So meaning to say that if these are available, these strategies are embedded inside the SWMM model, then we can use it directly for designing our we can use it directly in our design. So just to share with you some of the works that we have done. Actually, it's more than that because we are compiling a book for this for spring year. So the first one is the detention pond at the roundabout, bioretention. The second one will be bioretention system and the vegetative swale, wind roof, and the fourth one will be the total infiltration and storage capacities, and the fifth one will be the infiltration trench and the pavement. So one of the works that we have done is we try to transform the runabout into the surface runoff. Okay, so what are we going to do? It will be what are we working with it is in the town area where there is limited space to create the pond to store the water. So the idea to come in where we try to use the pond, the runabout in Sarawak, which is very big, it's about 150 diameter. So we try to transform the pond into the storage pond. Okay. So why we try to do it? Because at the downstream we are facing flood from time to time. So this is the result that we obtained. Okay. Before the flood, okay, the hydrograph that we are having will be indicated with the yellow color line. But once the area was being developed, the hydrograph shoot up as indicated with the light blue color line. So in order to reduce the peak and the volume of the runoff, so we try to introduce the pond. So after we introduce the pond, the water will be stored inside the pond, and straightly it will reduce the peak, okay, as indicated with the different color of line. Okay, it's a dark color blue line, and then the red color line, green line, and black color line, and so on. So it is able to reduce the peak, and then it will avoid the downstream from being flooded. But when the rain stops, then the water will be released, and then this will avoid the area to be flooded. So we also try on different type of rainfall data. Then all are producing the same results, and then all are able to reduce the peak and the volume of runoff after we include the storage pond. And this one all was done using the SWMM software. Okay, so as we compare the peak of the runoff, before the development and after we implement the storage pond. So you can see the one that before the peak is indicated with the blue color bar chart, and then the peak after we implement the pond is indicated with the gray color bar chart. So you can see from the graph that with different type of rainfall ARI, then is able to reduce the peak, and this with the by reduction of the peak, then is able to avoid the areas from being flooded. Okay. Now, in other words, that we have done is we try to introduce the bioretention systems and also the vegetative swales to enhance the infiltrations and reduce the surface runoff. And the works have been done within the university area. And the picture on the left is showing the location of the bioretention systems, and the picture on the right is location that we are trying to introduce the vegetative swales. Okay. So these are the what do you call that? These are the methodology that we have used. So we try to concentrate on the scenario. We try to concentrate on the scenarios number. Pay the attention to scenario number 8, where it has the highest value of the bioretention system. It is with 28.4%. Then the vegetative soil is the highest also, is about 11.3%. So once we introduce the combination of bioretention systems and also the vegetative soil, then you can see the scenario number 7 is able to bring down the peak of the runoff, and with the bringing down the peak and of the runoff, then is able to store the water temporarily is underneath the soil, then it will avoid the area from being flooded. Okay, and this one was done using the SWMM software. And this once we are able to store the water inside the soil, so it also able to improve the water quality as well. So with the scenario 7, then it is able to reduce the rate of the DS the most with 20.09%. It is also able to reduce the total nitrogen the most with 20% reduction, and it is able to reduce the total phosphorus with 23.08% of the reduction. So at the same time, we also try to use the software to design or to simulate area with the building with the green roof systems. Then the selected green roof system that we have, the selected building that we try to introduce the green roof system is our car park. And meaning to say that at the top of the car park, we try to introduce the green roof, and this is the methodology that we have used in order to design, to model the systems. So we have created a few scenarios. Okay, altogether we have the 9. So pay concentrate, and then we try to investigate the different thickness of the burn height, soil thickness, and drainage mat thickness that is what we need to have in our green roof systems. So we try to investigate the effect of the different thickness of the burn height, soil thickness, and drainage mat thickness to the evaporation rate, to the infiltration rate, to the storage. Okay, so please pay the attention to the to the module H with the burn height of 100 mm, okay, soil thickness of 150 mm, and drainage mat thickness of 50 mm. So what you can see over here, once we do the simulation, the H1, okay, with the same amount of rainfall, as indicated with the blue color chart. So the total runoff generated by the H scenario will be the lowest among all because of the thickness of the combination of the mat, of the soil thickness, and the burn height will be the highest for H. So you can see the runoff will be the lowest for H scenarios. Evaporation rate is still the same, but the storage will be the highest. Okay, once the thickness of the system is strong enough, is good enough, is able to carry more water. Okay. So we also investigate the impact of the green roof system to the DS reduction, TP reduction, TN reduction, and the BOD reductions. So we try to pay the concentration of scenario H with the highest amount of berm height, soil thickness, and dredger mat thickness. So as you can see over here, okay, when the thickness of the combination of system is high enough, then if the effectiveness in reducing TSS, TP, TN, BOD is the highest as well. And this is clearly presented in the scenario hash. You can see the value created by the produced by scenario hash is the lowest among all the other scenarios. So we also do the simulation of total infiltrations and the storage capacities, get the relationship between these two parameters for different soil types within the Sarawak using this model. Okay, then the soils that we have investigated include the sand type, sandy loam, loam, clay loam, and clay. So, and these are the distribution of different types of soils throughout Sarawak. Okay, so these are the methodologies. So the result we obtain will be the highest, the infiltration loss is the highest for the sand and lowest for the clay. So it's it is in line with our theory because the sand, the particle of the sand is big, and then it has a lot of void inside the sands. Then it will enhance the infiltration process. That's why in this case, what you can see is the infiltration rate for the sand is the highest among other type of soil. And then we also study the relationship in between the surface runoff for different types of soils. Then you can see that the surface runoff produced produced by the sand is the lowest, as indicated by the blue color bar chart. Okay, it is acceptable because all the water have been infiltrated and less surface water have been created. Okay, for the sand. And in contrast for clay, the particle of the clay is very small. Then when the particle of the soil clay is very small, then the water cannot be infiltrated easily. Most of the water will be turned into surface runoff. Then you can see over here, the value, the surface runoff irrigated by the clay in the blue bar, light blue bar chart is the highest among all. The storage capacity for different types of soils, once again, you can see the storage capacity of the sand is the highest compared to the others because the data are low void inside the sands, and the lowest is the clay. So we also studied the relationship in between the infiltration trench and the mere pavement to the surface runoff generation. The selected study area is the farthest, okay, located in the city of Kuching, and we select this site because this site also is always facing flooding problem. 1 year, averagely, they are facing 3 or 4 times flood. They are facing 3 or 4 flood events in this area. So we try to combine infiltration trench and permeable pavement in order to reduce the flood, and try to pay the attention for the scenario 5, where it had the highest percentage of the infiltration range. It is about 43%, and the permeable pavement is about 10%. So by the implementation of higher percentage of the infiltration trench and permeable pavement, okay, scenario 5 as indicated with the yellow color line, then it is significantly enhance the infiltration rate. As a result, then the surface runoff being generated will be low, so it can be proven by the yellow color line, which is the peak is the lowest among all the scenarios. So meaning to say that this software is able to do the simulation before we construct the actual LID system on site. Okay. So the challenges of implementing the LID systems is the implementation of the LID system will be, it needs a lot of money. So it will cost, it will bring extra cost for the infrastructure for the building that we are constructing. And the LID system, in order to ensure that it is able to function properly, then we need to do a regular maintenance. Okay, so we need to say that we have to pay extra money for it. So conclusion, future considerations is actually LID. So as a human being living in this world, we try to what do you call that, contribute, okay, for our personally in combating the climate change, and LID system is a very good choices or very good pathway, okay, essential pathway, okay, to combat climate change as an individual. And if we include some sensors, we include some IoT systems, okay, and AI system inside the LID, then it will help to turn our cities into smart cities. And all these things only can be successful with the community engagement, where everybody play our part, play our role in combating the climate change, especially due to the flood events. I think that's all for me. Thank you very much, and sorry for my presentation because I think I'm facing some technical issue over here. Okay, and then thank you very much for your invitation.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Kwok King Kwok, for sharing your expertise. Now, let's shift our focus to the dynamic world of data and innovation. Let me introduce first Mr. Mahesh Kumar Goyal. He is a skilled and experienced data engineer with a passion for building and optimizing data solutions at Google. He brings expertise in big data technologies, cloud computing, and database migrations. With a proven ability to design, develop, and maintain scalable and reliable data solutions, he continues to drive business insights and innovation in the ever evolving tech landscape. Please welcome Mr. Mahesh Kumar Gayal.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Mahesh Kumar Goel, and I hope you see my screen, right?
It is visible now.
Cool. Uh, so thank you so much for, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me for the World Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Practice. It's really an honor to talk about my experience in such a huge platform. At the same time, I also learned a lot of things from the people who have been talking about their experiences and their research. A bit about myself. I have 15 years of experience in data analytics. Currently, I'm working as a data engineer in Google's data and AI team. In the past, I worked in companies like Amazon, and as part of my role, I have developed several data-driven solutions for companies like Apple, Spotify, and Amex, McKinsey, Wayfair, and these companies they come up with large-scale data challenges. One of the most complex challenges that you'll see in the world at the same time. They're looking for faster performance, low cost, and that's where I mean my experience has been like pretty diverse, and it's an honor to be here and talk about my experience with such a large group. So today I'll be talking about the intelligence, how an AI agent that we see in the in the recent time, how they are automating the data analytics side of it, or how they're gonna enhance the business analytics. And this automation's gonna change the way we see this data landscape. There are different components on the data side where the data starts from like scratch, which a raw data set, and then we process it, we enrich it, and then we use it to analyze some business outcomes. So how this AI agents that we see in the modern time gonna revolutionize some of the processes or some of the ways that the current technologies are limiting the scale, given the scale and the size of data we see in the modern times. So the high level agenda of my talk would be about uh, the what are the AI agents and what are their capabilities. What are some of the modern data challenges that we see on a day-to-day basis, and how we're going to use this AI agent to solve this modern data challenges, and and how they are applicable on the real world. At the same time, since this AI agents, now we see that there are a lot of layoffs, right? That Microsoft laid off like 7,000 people, and then there are always we see some layoffs. Then how this AI agents are redefining human collaboration, and how we need to make sure that humans are always in the loop. And then what are some of the future enhancements that has to be made for this AI agent to be more, to have a deeper understanding at the same time, should be able to generate an outcome which is applicable for a larger ecosystem. So, I mean, no matter from whether you're from educational side or research side or from the industry side, everybody have heard the word large language models, how ChatGPT, Gemini, how changed the world. There are a lot of things that they're helping us to automate. They're helping us with the writing, converting, the code generation, and automating a lot of day-to-day stuff that we used to do on a daily basis. And then on top of it, then the companies like Google, Amazon, the OpenAI, they built AI agents. The AI agents are more of an sophisticated way of doing a certain task using large language model that help us to derive a particular problem which was not easy to solve with just a large language model. So large language models were more the prompt specific, where they would generate an outcome based on the question that you ask, but the agent would have a series of processing where they can process data, they can understand whether the outcome is right or not. They have a way to analyze the matrix and then come up with an outcome which is more relevant or more useful compared to using just a large language model. So, I mean, that's where the AI agents are redefining all of that challenges that we have seen in the past. If we talk about some of the capabilities of AI agents in the data side, they help us with the data discovery, extraction, and the synthesis of and analysis of the data. Think of it as an AI agent that can automatically find a relevant data, pulls out the information, and can combine all of this to give a meaningful insights. This also means that we don't need to ask questions in specific coding or a template. We can simply ask questions in a plain English, and it should be able to give a response that we can also understand back in a natural language. These agents can not only tell you what might happen in the future, but they can also suggest like what are some of the actions we need to take to achieve the goal or avoid any problem that might come in the future. With these agents, it will help us to, most of the time, we'll see that the companies have whatever the business unit we have or the whatever work we do as part of a larger company, there's always an insights that help us to derive what are the next steps to do to make sure that we stay competitive, and at the same time we want to beat our competitors. So all the data that we do as part of a company's work, that eventually goes to the leadership as an insights. They see the dashboard, they see the reports, and based on that, they come up with some of the new ideas that the company should go for. So this requires a lot of manual processes where someone has to build a dashboard, someone has to process the data. With the AI agents, it will help us to generate, to create the auto report, and it will also help us to generate the dynamic dashboard based on what kind of data we see. Let's talk about what are some modern data challenges. If we talk about the size of data, right? Every day, the volume of data is increasing. The world has more than 25 zettabyte of data at this point of time. But if we see the next 5 years, the volume of data, what we see right now, is going to get doubled. But at the same time, we have the amount of data growing. We're also seeing that the data are generating from various sources like audio. There are different types of audio files that people would like to process. There are images. There are data from the sensors, IoT devices, and the sonar devices, where this data is pretty complex and it's not that the modern systems we have, like data processing, the analysis, are not able to process this data and generate the right outcome. And that's where this AI agents would be helpful, where they would help us to identify, to process this data in a larger scale. They would be able to go underneath the data and identify what information that this data carries, and then it will help us to figure out that what next step we have to take out of it. As we have this data scale, the scale problem, we also have this data is pretty siloed. If you talk about one company, the company has multiple line of businesses. There are multiple units. Each of these units, they have their own way to store data, and they don't share with each other. And that creates a problem of data silo, where even though a company has all the data in one place, they're not able to use each other's data. There's a different compliances, or there are different restrictions which comes in the picture, and yeah, eventually having all the data set, they are not able to come up with the right outcome. With this data set, even though the data set is high, the volume is pretty huge, we always need a lot of data scientists, and we all need people who can understand the data. I was working with one company, and they know that they have around 100 petabyte of data, but at the same time, they were also aware that half of the data they are not using it, and they wanted to identify which data set they are not using it. And it's quite difficult because they have data which was generated by 500 different teams, and they didn't have any data scientist which can go and identify that which data is in use, which data is not in use. So they spent like multiple years to identify whether they can delete this data, or they have to use this data, or they have to come up with a different strategy to archive this data. So even though you have several engineers as part of your team, several managers, you will always need a lot of data scientists to make sure that you identify if the data is in use, or it can be leveraged for a different business purpose or not. All of this, if you combine the data size, the siloness, and the need of data scientist, the process becomes pretty slow. It requires a lot of manual processes, data preparation, insight generation. So overall, I mean, we do have, as the data volume grows, the companies are growing bigger. Companies want to become 5 trillion company. Once they become 5 trillion, they want to go to the 10 trillion mark. So the amount of data is going to get bigger, and the challenge to process, challenge to store, challenge to curate this data is also gonna get bigger, and then we need modern solutions which can solve all of these problems. Let's talk about how the AI agents can solve these problems. As we know that these agents can go underneath the data, they can decide that, hey, if this data is more specific to a sales side of it, or if this data is more specific to a service side of it, or this is more a promotional side of data, they can understand this data, they can generate an outcome, and they can store it all in a place where all the different units can access it, rather than having a siloed data access. These agents can make sure that we have democratized data access where all the business unit within the company can would be able to use one data set and generate an outcome which can help company to grow larger or grow bigger. So some of the real world application, if we talk about like different industries, right? If we talk about an e-commerce platform or a company which is more dealing with a retail product, right? This AI agents can help to identify the product, proactively identify customers who are likely to leave by analyzing their behavior, allowing company to implement and target strategy to keep them. You see, it's pretty frequent that a company like Amazon or Walmart, they would always try to find out how many users are accessing their platform on a daily basis. If they see even there is a small number of humans have reduced, let's say if they identified that yesterday there was 100 million users were on the Amazon platform, but today it's only 50 million. So they would try to identify what exactly has happened that the number of users has reduced. So these kind of data set are pretty quite difficult to process with typical methods, and that's where AI agent would help to expedite that process and then generate those kind of outcomes which will help us to identify the customer churn reason, and then it will also helps to keep them in the system. Some other examples, like in manufacturing, they can predict when an equipment might fail by analyzing the data from sensors, enabling preventive maintenance and reducing the downtime. These agents can also excellent at automatically spotting the unusual pattern or anomalies in the massive data set, acting as an early warning systems for potential problems. For marketing, they can also optimize spending in real time by understanding which channels are most effective. And in sales, they can intelligently score leads, what kind of sales are driving some kind of business outcomes. If a company is coming with a sales promotion, the AI agents can identify if this promotion is actually helping us to generate a revenue or not. Because if you follow a manual process where you collect data from various sources, start processing it to see if this promotion has really converted in a sale or not, that's going to take a way longer. But with these AI agents, they can be implemented at a different stage and then solve this problem with minimal human interventions. But how do we define this human AI collaboration? This has become a challenge because now we see that there's a lot of layoffs, that people are saying that, hey, we have 100 people in a company and 50 agents. They're not saying that we have 150 people. They're counting these AI agents as an employee. So how do we redefine this human AI collaboration? So just to, I mean, even though you see that there are a lot of layoffs, there are a lot of people are saying that the AI would replace job. The AI agents are not here to replace the humans. They're here to make us better at our jobs. So they help us with the productivity. They also help us to handle the repetitive, tedious task, which frees up human resources to focus on more complex strategic thinking and problem solving. This collaborations also leads to augmented decision making. There are various places where the AI agents might be able to process a lot of data, might be able to come up with an outcome, but when it comes to decide whether they have to choose this path or not, that's where the humans should be in the loop. The human would always decide if let's say if the product is not the AI agents are coming up with an outcome that this product is not performing well. But if this product is really required for the society, the AI cannot decide that, hey, this product should not be in the market. The human should decide that, hey, this product, even though it's not generating a lot of profit to us, but this product is pretty important for the society, we should still keep it in the marketplace. So those kind of the use case where the human should always be involved to make sure that the AI does not lead and does not make a decision which can harm human at the same time the system as well. The AI agents are also helping us to democratize the data access and analyze across the entire organizations. It's just not about the data expert. It's about fostering a culture where everybody feels comfortable, and even using an AI agents, we should be using in a way that they help us to automate certain tasks. They should be able to free us up to come up with a different use case where we can help company to grow as large as a bigger or a more larger company. We look ahead about the AI agents, what we see is that even though what they are doing right now is like pretty complex, they're able to come up with a lot of outcome. With the time, they'll get deeper understanding of the context and will be able to reason more like a human in analyzing data. They'll also see the greater interoperability, meaning that AI agent will be able to seamlessly work across the different business systems regardless of their complexity, and they'll will really have a more autonomous AI agents which are capable of tackling high complex business problems with the very little human intervention. But even though this AI agents becomes an autonomous and they are more like a human, they'll always need a human in a frame to make sure that the systems or the work they perform is an ethical AI framework. And we also want to make sure that this data, whatever they come up with or the outcome that they generate, is unbiased. It's not biased towards a particular user group or particular the team of people within the company. So finally, I mean, the humans will always play a vital role, and they will always be important for making a critical decision, and will also help AI to grow more and make it more performant. But yeah, the humans are always be important for this the AI intervention. All right. Thank you so much. And that's it from my side. I wanted to see if anybody has any questions, and I really appreciate providing me this opportunity. And I'm really happy that I was able to get on spot to talk about my experience with this larger group.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mahesh Kumar Goyal, for your informative and inspiring talk. You know, we now move on to the most interactive part of our conference. So we'll be starting the technical session 2, where our distinguished presenters will share the fruits of their research and practical insights across diverse fields. Before we begin, may I kindly remind all the presenters and participants of our time allotment. So each presenter will have a total of 10 minutes to 7 minutes for the presentation, followed by 3 minutes for the question and answer portion. And we kindly ask everyone to be mindful of the time so that we can accommodate all presenters as scheduled. And please also note that after each presentation, the assigned session chair may ask one or two questions during the Q&A segment. Okay, so for this session, we are honored to have the following session chairs: Dr. Nagaraj Bhatt, Dr. Fauzia Abu Bahar, Dr. Olive Chester, Dr. Tofik Jilan, and Dr. Kittipati Kumar. Okay, so thank you, and let's now begin with our first presenter. Okay, I would like to welcome Raksha to present the paper A Novel Approach in Optical Mark Recognition Using Image Processing.
Hello, is my screen visible?
Not yet, ma'am. Yeah, now it's visible.
Okay, thank you. I am Soumya Bhatt. I am co-author of this work. As Raksha was unable to present, I will be presenting on her behalf. The work is on a novel approach in optical mark recognition using image processing. So, as we all know, optical mark recognition is being widely used in multiple choice questions testing and filling the forms. And though it is a great way of conducting the test and filling the forms, converting the data from hard copy to soft copy, the digital version, is a tedious task. If we do it manually, it is going to take many hours of manual work. So there are some other automated options available to convert the OMR sheets into digital format, that is using scanners. So these scanners use transmit the light through the piece of paper and try to convert the information in the paper into digital format. However, since this is a hardware device, it is quite costly. But recent advancements in image processing techniques can be used for digitization or converting the data in OMR sheets to digital format. So we have done a small approach towards converting the marks or forms in OMR sheets to digital format using image processing techniques. So the methodologies in this paper, we have introduced a novel approach to OMR. This uses the power of image techniques to overcome the shortcomings of traditional systems. This method combines the recent techniques of image acquisition. So it has simplified the work of test evaluation with more accurate results. So, in addition, since after the results are converted into digital format, the results can easily be stored in databases which can be used for further processing. So, this makes the job for teachers very easy to evaluate the test scores. So, this means that students' performance can be analyzed closely over time, so which is not possible using the traditional methods. So the unique feature of the system is exporting the results. The results can also be downloaded through Excel or PDF formats, which can be used for further analysis. So this is the block diagram. Initially, the input image is collected and the image is directed to the system, where the possible sets of answers are extracted through image processing techniques. This paper uses parallel line interpolation method for detecting the marked circle in each row. Then the answers are compared with the already existing answer keys. The results are provided in a sheet which can be downloaded through Excel or PDF. So the results, this is the front page of the system where any user can sign in. So after signing, there are three options: upload, evaluate, and view score. Upload is for uploading the images of the OMR sheets. Then these images are evaluated and the scores can be viewed using view score option. So here users can upload or capture an image of the OMR sheet using the website's upload feature, or using any camera the sheets can be uploaded into the system. So once the sheets are uploaded, it identifies for the regions where the answers are available. As we can see in the green color, these are the regions that are marked with the answers. And to the left, there is one more green rectangle which is used to identify the question number. So this is extracted using image processing, image segmentation technique, and this is compared with the already existing results, and the results are evaluated. After that, the marks can be listed as shown here. So once we have all the marks listed, this can be exported through Excel or PDF, which can be used for further processing. So in this work, we have developed a novel solution for grading exams using OMR. This application helps in empowering educators and establishments with tools to streamline assessment strategies. So this work can be enhanced in the future with advanced data analysis techniques to generate deep insights into students' performance. Also, cloud-based features can be incorporated for further improving the work. So these are the references. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Soumya J. Bhatt. Are there any questions from our session chair?
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, what is the technique you are using?
Sir, it's a image processing technique called parallel line interpolation. So this uses some parallel lines as the reference points, and from that reference lines, the points, any point we can identify and get the value with reference to these parallel lines.
So what is the time like time taken to process that? For example, so each paper, how many seconds are So what is the time
Once
taking
we have the
process?
image, clicking the image and storing in the database is quite time consuming. But once we have the image, it is less than a second. We have not appropriately measured it, but it is very fast.
Ma'am, have you done any simulation? Have you checked this?
Yes,
What
sir,
about
we
your
have
results?
simulated and we have checked it with the double
You have
bubbles
results? Can you
and
share me, please?
sorry.
You can share me your results, please, if you have.
No, I have only the screenshot, sir.
Go to the result section, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, screenshots. Okay. So for example, it will calculate the negative marks also. So whatever you're giving like in the database, it will take, right?
Yeah, line by line it checks if the correct bubble is added or wrong bubble. Then in the back end, using the value stored in database, it can do both positive and negative marking. And we have tested with the
Thank you,
double
doctor. Thank you.
bubbles
All the
and
best.
also with whiteners.
Okay. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Madam, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
What kind of image processing steps are involved before detecting the marked circles? I just wanted to know whether you applied thresholding or edge detection or noise removal techniques.
Sir, mainly we have used this contour, this using contour line technique.
Yeah, that
So
means edge
yeah,
detection
it
have used.
takes the edges, and with reference to these edges, the values are identified.
So, have you compared the accuracy of your methodology with the already existing any of the commercial tools?
No, sir, not it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Soumya J. Bhatt.
Thank you.
Next presenter, I would like to welcome Swati to present the paper, A Case Study on Cattle Breeds and Common Diseases Affecting the Cattle in Rural Area of Udupi District. Is the next presenter here?
Soumya, but ma'am, please close your screen so that next participant will share.
Ms. Swati, you may present or you may share now your screen or your presentation.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, to our mom.
Yes. I'll share my screen.
whether it is visible.
Yes, it is visible now.
Thank you. Fine. A very good morning. So my presentation is on case study on cattle breeds and the common diseases which is affecting on the cattle in the Udupi rural area. So as we know, the cattle farming, it is a specialized branch of livestock where we are focusing on the care and management of the cattle. Mainly, we are focusing on the study of how the production will be and their reproductive efficiency, everything we are studying in the cattle farming. So as we can see, the many points like how we are feeding that, how we are watering that, housing management, reproductive management. So these will comes under cattle farming. And in my case study, mainly I focused on different breeds identifications as well as how these breeds yield the milk. And I have also observed the diseases which is commonly affecting in the Udupi rural area and how they are managing the cattle, everything we are studied in this case study. And for this purpose, in the methodology, mainly I have done the survey method. I have visited 3 Goshala, or I can say cow sheds. Okay, so Bhagirathi Goshala, Udupi Mat Goshala, as well as the Anegundi Goshala, to just observe the different types of breeds as well as the diseases which is affecting for the cattle. Then I have used the interview method, the 2 types of interviews. Structurally, if I have asked so many questions as well as I have prepared the questionnaires to get the informations from the person who is taking care of that cows. And also I have consulted with the veterinary doctor. So, and also I have collected information from about the vaccinations and all from that person. And resulted discussions, mainly I have observed 8 different types of breeds in the Udupi district, in the rural area of Udupi district. As we can see, the first one is the gate, where we can find a very red or light brown in color, usually these breeds of cow. And the identification characteristic, it is nothing but the shape of the horn, it is curved. So it is a most distinctive feature of the Gir cow, as well as the shape of the ear is also very different compared to other breeds. As we can see, the pendular shape it is, and it is very big compared to the other breeds. So, and the milk production is about 10 to 12 liters per day, and the butterfat content is very good, 4.5 to 5% butterfat will be there. And the next one breed I have observed, the Malenadu Gitter, so which is either black or brown in color, and the size is very small compared to other breeds. And here also we can find the tail which is having the tuft hair, and the milk yield is very less compared to other breeds. It is 1.5 to 3 liters per day, but the quality of the milk is very rich in nutritive values. That is the one specialty of these Malenadu Gitter. Next, Sahiwal breed, here also we can find the brown colored cow, and the milk production is about 10 to 15 liters per day. And here also we can find the shape of the horns. It is one of the identifying, or I can say recognizable feature of this type of Sahiwal breed. And the next one is Punganuru. So it is a very small type of breed, which is usually white in gray in color. And so the horns are very different. That is nothing but the small crescent shaped it is, and it is directed towards the opposite side. And also on the surface of the cow, we can find the hump. That is also one of the distinctive feature of this type of breed. And the milk yield is about 4 to 6 liters, and which is very good in nutritive value. And the next one is the Jersey. And here it is giving 10 to 15 liters of milk per day. And the fat is comparatively less, 4.5 to 5%, 5.5 we can see. And Concrage, it is a one more type of breed I have observed, which will yield 10 to 12 liters of milk per day. And the milk quality is also good, the Concrage breed. And the next one is the HF. It is giving a very high yield. That is nothing but per day it will give 25 to 30 liters of milk. But the fat content is compared to Jersey, it is very less, 3.5 to 4% will be there. And the nutritive value is also less compared to other breeds of the cow. And Jersey cross, it is nothing but the cross between the Jersey as well as the HF, where we can find both the characteristics. Like Jersey, it will yield a very butterfat content milk, as well as the quantity of the milk is also more compared to the Jersey. So the next one, the feeding practices. Many farmers, they will feed different types of food mixtures, as we can groundnut cake, as well as the rice bran, salt. So different types of food they will give to the cow. Okay, and the raw straw, it is also one of the very much required material for the cow. So based on their body weight, the quantity of this dry straw will also differ. And the green grass is the main source of food for all type of cattle. And the next one, the maintenance of the cleanliness. That is a very important part. As we know, we have to regularly remove the manure as well as the bedding maintenance will be there, and proper ventilation, non-slip floors, that and all things, as well as by using the limestone, we have to disinfect the cattle house. These are the different types of criteria we have to maintain the cleanliness of the cattle place. So the next one we have observed about the infectious diseases, that is nothing but the one of the common problem for the calf, which is under 5 days of age. It is nothing but gastrointestinal tract pathogen. So E. coli, it will cause poor appetite, stomach ache, as well as loose stool will be there. The calf will be suffering from the bacteria. And the second one is the very dangerous one, mouth and foot disease, so which is caused by the aptovirus. And here mainly the vesicles, blisters or vesicles will be found, which is with the pus and all, so which is very painful. We can find it in the tongue as well as the dental pad, gums, nostrils, muscles and all. So it is also very dangerous. If it is not treated properly, the cow may die. And the next one, bacterial infection mastitis. So here also we can find mainly the udder of the cow will be affected, where the milk will be spoiled, lumps will be there in the milk, as well as sometimes we can find the blood in the milk, and the milk quality will decrease in this. And even if it is not properly treated, then the milk yielding capacity of the cow may collapse. The next one is the lumpy skin disease. Mainly we can find lumps on the surface of the cow, so which is very painful, as well as very severe fever will be there in that cow, and the animal will not able to walk and stand up also. So if it is not treated within couple of days, the cow may collapse. Next one is the theileriosis. Mainly it is because of the pathogen which is which will be there on the surface of the ticks and all. It will be there on the surface of the cow. The cow may suffer from the heavy, or I can say high temperature will be there, weakness will be there, it will be suffer from anemia, and respiratory distress will be there. And about the vaccination, so as we can say, 8 different types of vaccines are given in the Udupi rural area. So for foot and mouth disease, anthrax, ABR and all. So from the 4 months, we can find the vaccination schedule for the cows. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swati. Questions from our session chair?
A very good morning, madam. Yeah, nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Madam, any significant why you choose Udupi district itself?
So actually, I'm living in that place, sir. I just want to know how many types of breeds are there in my place, and how the cattle management is there.
Okay, so what are the commonly
study in my place?
What are the commonly cattle breeds in Udupi?
Sir?
So how what you identified? What are the common breeds in Udupi?
So usually, as we know, sir, 8 different types of breeds I have seen, sir, in 3 different goshalas, or I can say cow sheds. So based on their external morphology only, I have identified the breeds, sir.
But how? So have you been able to identify what are the common diseases that are affecting the cattle? What are the common disease?
Yes.
Which is
Yes,
mostly,
lumpy skin disease, it is very common in our place, sir. Lumpy skin as well as the foot mouth method is very common in our place. And also the calf, within 5 days, if tablets are not given, it will suffer from E. coli infections.
So have you given any solution for that?
Yes, sir. Vaccinations are given. Regularly, the doctors will give the vaccination. So camp they will do. And there they will treat with the vaccines as well as medicines will be given for them.
So have you given any preventive actions for avoiding that? You are suggesting any preventive actions? So have you implemented that?
So within 2 to 3 days only, here the farmers will give the tablets for the calves. So like that way they will take care of them, calves, as well as they will provide.
Have you checked, ma'am? Have you checked that?
Yes, sir.
Practically,
They have shown the tablets and all.
Okay. That's good. Great, ma'am. Nice presentation. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
Hello, ma'am. Very interesting study. In fact, it is the need of the hour in every area. So I just wanted to know if these diseases are regional based or it is a particular, I mean, it is in general.
So in Udupi
Because
rural area, the three places I have visited, sir, there I have checked the different breeds, identified them.
okay, yeah, I mean, so whether are you planning to extend your research to other places? Because I observed somewhere geotagged study, it is also has been done. It is very meaningful because the zonal based study is very important in this kind of cases.
Sir.
Ma'am, I'm just asking you that whether you are planning to extend this to any other area, your study.
Yes, sir. So I just want to study the different types of this one bulls like that. Anything like that, I have to continue my work, sir.
Yeah, I mean, just I mean, my request to you that please collect the geo database as well. I mean, the geotag or latitude, longitude, so which is very much useful in future studies because these diseases may be affected only zonal based. So in that manner, in that dimension, also you can continue your study. That is very important as well.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Swati, for the
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, I would like to welcome Deepika to present the paper assessment and mapping of groundwater vulnerability zones using GIS-based drastic model, a case study in the Udupi district, Karnataka, India.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Deepika. May I request Dr. Swati to stop the presentation so that
My slides visible?
Oh, sorry, Dr. Deepika. It seems we're experiencing some audio and video issues on your end. Kindly check your connection and we will wait a moment. Though your presentation is visible now.
Hello. Are my slides visible?
Dr. Deepika, your slides are visible? Oh. It looks like we've lost connection with Dr. Deepika. We'll give her a moment to reconnect. Thank you for your patience. Is Dr. Ravi Prabha K here?
Hello, ma'am.
Ah, yeah, maybe we can proceed with your presentation first while waiting for after you. Dr. Deepika can present hers.
Okay.
Hello.
You're audible, ma'am.
My screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, it is.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Ravi Prabha from the Department of Chemistry. I'm presenting my research topic, that is 5,4-fluorophenoxymethyl 4H124 triazole with thiol as corrosion inhibitor for 6063 aluminum alloy in acidic media. The aluminum alloys are widely used in the aerospace, household, electric, automotive, and many other places. The most important feature of this type of aluminum alloys is their corrosion resistance due to the formation of a very thin film on its surface. But under industrial acid cleaning, acid pickling, or electrochemical and chemical grafting processes, the outermost layer will peel off. Due to this, they will prone to corrosion. Many number of literatures, they have abounding use of various organic compounds with primary elemental composition as oxygen, sulfur, phosphorus, etc., or in general the heterocyclic compounds. Several studies have been conducted earlier with the triazole as a central molecule to have outstanding inhibition properties in different aggressive media like HCl, sulfuric acid, phosphoric acid, etc. Some of the researchers, they have reported the usage of 3,5-disubstituted 1,4-triazole series of compounds, achieving remarkable corrosion inhibition. Especially thiol and amino group substitution in triazoles was found to exhibit the better corrosion inhibition. In case of the present work, I have used some of the one substituted compound, that is the 1,3,4-triazole. The methodology used is the weight loss method, potentiodynamic polarization or electrochemical studies, then surface morphology studies. The media used for the study, it is hydrochloric acid, which is 0.05 molar as well as 0.1 molar. Two medias I have used. The CMTT, the corrosion inhibitor, which I have used, it is prepared by using 4-chlorophenoxy acetic acid. The inhibition effect was investigated by using the various ppms of CMTP solutions, that's 20, 30, 60, 80, and 100 ppms with various different temperatures, 303 Kelvin, 313, 323, 333, using a calibrated thermostat. The first method which I have used is weight loss method. In weight loss method, I got the inhibition efficiency of 95.63% with optimum value of 100 ppm CMTP solution in 0.1 molar HCl. The results were obtained from weight loss method are it increased the concentration of CMTP solution, the decrease in the weight loss is seen. At the same time, decrease in the corrosion rate and increase in corrosion efficiency was seen. The second method which I have used is potentiodynamic polarization study. By using a potentiostat of CH604 series, US model with CH instrument, the beta software. The results which I have obtained from this potentiodynamic polarization studies were clearly indicated that the decrease in the concentration of inhibition, CMTT, the corrosion efficiency is increased and corrosion rate has decreased. And also it is observed that with increase in temperature, the corrosion inhibition efficiency was increased. At 333 Kelvin, I have obtained the corrosion efficiency of 95.29%. And whether the corrosion mechanism follows chemical or physical absorption process, or it follows Langmuir or Tonkin type of absorption, I have used the various temperatures. The electrochemical impedance spectroscopy measurement, which also comes under the which also comes under the electrochemical method, shown that the increase in the diameter of this
curve, which shows increase in the inhibition efficiency. The electrochemical impedance spectra has given the double layer capacitance. The idea which I got from this values, double layer capacitance, is with increase in the inhibition, with increase in the concentration of the inhibitor, the double layer capacitance decrease. That indicates there occurs the formation of a layer outside the 6063 aluminum alloy, which protects aluminum from corrosion. And also it is indicated that with increase in the concentration of the inhibitor, the inhibition efficiency has increased. Another conclusion is with increase in the temperature, that is at 333 Kelvin, the increase in the inhibition efficiency is seen. I got the maximum inhibition efficiency of 95.15%, sublime as 95.15% with the CMTT concentration of 100 ppm. This indicates the increase in the corrosion inhibition efficiency with various temperatures. The last curve, this indicates the inhibition efficiency at temperature 333 Kelvin. The temperature effects of adsorption. Arrhenius plots are used for the purpose. The straight line in this Arrhenius plot indicates that it follows chemical adsorption, as well as from the adsorption isotherms, I have got the activation parameters. The activation parameters EA, it decreases with increasing the concentration of the inhibitor, which indicates that it's a chemical adsorption. And delta S values, negative values of delta S, it indicates that the decrease in the randomness, which indicates the chemical adsorption on the surface of alloy. The thermodynamic study, that is the delta G naught, delta S naught, and delta H naught values indicate that the corrosion, the adsorption follows the chemisorption, not the physisorption. The values here, that is delta G naught values, minus 41.55, minus 42.85, minus 44.02, and minus 45.59. This indicates that at higher temperatures, the adsorption follows chemisorption, not the physisorption. If it is the physisorption, the values will lie less than minus 20 kilojoule per mole. Since the values are more than minus 40 kilojoule per mole, it supports the chemisorption process. Finally, the scanning electron microscopy images. The first image, it shows the pure alloy without exposure to the acidic media. The second image shows the aluminum alloy when it is exposed to acidic media. The surface is totally corroded, and after the usage of the CMTT inhibitor in acidic media, the corrosion, it is totally controlled. In this way, the conclusion is the usage of the inhibitor CMTT, it reduces the corrosion or the controls the corrosion of 6063 aluminum alloy. This is about the references. And the publications. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Prabha. Questions from our session chairs?
No questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Bud, do you have any question?
No, ma'am. No question.
Okay. How about the other session chairs? Okay, hearing none, that's it. Thank you so much, Dr. Ravi Prabha K. Going back to Dr. Deepika. Yeah, Dr. Deepika, welcome once again. You may now present your study.
Are my slides visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Very good morning to everyone present here. I'm Dr. Deepika, Associate Professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, and my co-author, Dr. Sublakshmi Anparan, Associate Professor in Department of Chemistry. And I'll be presenting a paper on assessment and mapping of groundwater vulnerability using a GIS-based drastic model, which is a case study in Udupi district. So ground.
Dr. Ravi Prabha, sorry, can you kindly unmute yourself so that Dr. Deepika can present clearly her study?
The groundwater is a major source of water, especially in the study area which has been selected. Here, more than 80% of the people are mainly dependent on the groundwater, and also the shallow well play a very important role here. So that is unconfined aquifers. So, but nowadays the groundwater has been highly misused, and because of various other geological factors also, the groundwater will be polluted to the larger extent, say, for example, due to pesticides, insecticides, fertilizers, and disposal of improper disposal of biomedical waste, municipal discharges, industrial discharges, and all. So especially when it compare between the groundwater and the surface water. So when it comes to groundwater, aquifer water, prevention of pollution play a very important role when we compare with cleaning the water. So which can be taken up for the surface water. So here mainly the study focuses on identifying the vulnerable areas which are having a likelihood of pollution. So this has been done by comparing with the water quality index and drastic model. So here many researchers has done a work in entire Karnataka regarding the drastic model, but the same work has not been done in Udupi district. Some of the research gaps which has been identified by the literature study shows that so minimal work on the drastic model as well as the water quality index has been done in the Udupi area. When it comes to usage of groundwater in Udupi, more than 80%. So this region plays a very important role for such kind of studies. Majority of the studies on vulnerability risk map prepared using drastic index has concentrated only on one or two parameters like nitrate pollution or fluoride pollution. But here in the present study, the validation has been done, the studies has been done by considering the entire 17 parameters for the water quality index, which has been compared with the drastic index. So the overall study of this drastic index for this particular area will be much more beneficial for the decision makers in order to take up the critical measures for prevention of groundwater pollution. So the objectives include to check the applicability of this drastic model to the proposed study area, mainly by comparing with the water quality index and the drastic index, to develop the vulnerability maps for the groundwater, which acts as a decision support system. And based on the maps, prioritizing the areas and identifying the critical areas where the much attention is required in order to prevent the pollution. So this is the study area, that is the Udupi district. The methodology includes two important categories here. One is the finding out water quality index by actually collecting the samples. Here 110 samples has been collected from Udupi district, and it has been analyzed for the water quality considering the BIS standards, BIS 2024, the BIS 10,500 2024. So the samples are analyzed for all the water qualities, basic water qualities, and based on the BIS standard, water quality index has been developed. So that water quality index has categorized the water into different categories, which has been mapped using ArcGIS. Then that particular maps are being compared with the drastic. So when it comes to drastic model, the various geological parameters has been considered, like depth of the water and recharge rate, different types of aquifers, soil type, topography, impact of water zone, and conductivity. So the rating and weightages has been given, and the maps, vulnerability maps has been created. Then at last, in order to obtain the correlation between the manual study of water quality index and drastic study, Spearman correlation coefficient has been used. So the base map has been obtained, and the sampling points, the geo-coordinate points has been obtained. And as per the APHA manual, the studies has been, the water quality analysis has been done. And after the geochemical results, weightages and relative weights has been assigned in order to find out the water quality index. So that is one side, and another side in the drastic model, based on the importance of these 7 parameters, the weightages have been given to each of the parameters. Say, for example, depth to the groundwater. If the depth to the groundwater is shallow, the chances of the pollution increases as easily the pollution water reaches the ground. Aquifer water. Coming to the recharge, when the recharge rate increases, the vulnerability also increases. Different aquifer media, some are sensitive to the vulnerability. The different soil and the pores or the porosity of the soil increases. The vulnerability aspects also increases. When it comes to topography, when the slope is higher, easily the runoff happens. If the slope is not that much, then there will be stagnation of the water, which may lead the interpolation, which may lead to the absorption into the aquifers. Then the impact of ozone, where the increase in the ozone increases the impact to the ozone, increases the chances of vulnerability. Increase in hydraulic conductivity also increases the chances of vulnerability. So the data were collected from the different sources, and these data, after obtaining the data, it has been analyzed, and by using analyzed and the weightages and rating has been given based on the type of all these parameters, the status of all these parameters in Udupi region. The rating has been given in order to find out the drastic index. When it comes to result and discussion, first part is regarding water quality index. So in the pre-monsoon and post-monsoon season, if the water quality index is less than 50, it has been considered as an excellent one. 50 to 100, it is good, which around in the pre-monsoon, 62.26 comes under this, and post-monsoon 50. So the very poor region, that is 200 to 300, 1.8%, around 2%. And in the post-monsoon, it is 2.6 or 3%. So the same thing has been done for the using the drastic index in pre-monsoon as well as in the post-monsoon season. So in the pre-monsoon and the post-monsoon, the drastic index says that here there is a comparison between both. This is the drastic index, and here it is the water quality index. So there is a much comparison and a much similarity between the two analyses, where 13.5% comes under 1 to 100, that is, and here it is 14.5. And at the same time, the greater, which is unfit also comes under 2% here. And in the map also, there is a similarity that the ending region, that the seashore areas, mainly it is considered as vulnerable, and study also says that in the majority of the seashore areas, there is a seawater intrusion, as well as in the industrial area, there is a higher iron content, especially in the Udupi region, as there is a lateritic soil, the iron content is quite higher, as well as the acidity rate is higher. The same thing is done for the post-monsoon season also, where there is a much similarity. The Spearman correlation coefficient, even though we can find out using the map itself, there is a similarity. The Spearman correlation coefficient has been used, which is a non-parametric relationship between the two parameters. So it is having a much higher correlation compared to previous literatures, which they have obtained around 0.65. Here up to 0.8 or 0.79 in the pre-monsoon, and 0.8 has been obtained. So the conclusion is that this kind of studies play a very important role, where there won't be much time-consuming aspect, where water quality index require much time, as it is a laborious work, where the manual analysis has to be done. And this kind of drastic index will be much helpful for obtaining the result at a shorter span of time, so that the decision can be taken by the decision makers to prevent the pollution in those areas by segregating the areas and taking up the measures, if at all, if any industrial aspects are coming in that areas, and also taking up the measures regarding the seawater intrusion. So the final drastic vulnerability maps will be much helpful for critical qualitative risk categories and which will be helpful for the measures. And these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Deepika. Are there any questions from session chair?
Yeah, I have a few questions.
Yes, sir.
Madam, a very nice study. So could you please explain how you assign relative weights to the 7 drastic parameters in your model? And were they standardized for Udupi or whether you have adopted from global standards?
Actually, the weightages for each drastic parameter has been assigned by the Aller. He is considered as a father of drastic model. Initially, I have considered whatever the analysis Aller has been done. Based on that only, the weightage has been assigned. After that, I have done a sensitivity analysis by removing 1 or 2 parameters from the drastic, and also by including the agricultural parameter also as one of the drastic parameter, which we can call as a drastica. Not just stopping at C, A has also been included. By such kind of sensitivity analysis, some of the weightages has been varied so that which will be much more suitable for this Udupi area than what Aller has been given. That is the further studies has been done after considering the basic aspect which Aller has been given. Say, for example, if I consider the depth, so depth, if it is shallow from 2 to 4 meters, the weightage is given as 8 to 9. If it is more than 10 meters or 15 meters, the weightage is which is having a less vulnerability sensitivity, which is given as 1 or 2.
Okay, I got it.
Yes.
So, among this drastic parameter, which in your study, which had the most significant influence on the vulnerability index?
Mainly among these 7 drastic parameters, I feel like one is depth, second one is recharge, third one is topography play quite very important role, and also the soil type also play, because especially in this Udupi area, it is a unique kind of lateritic soil where it will induce the iron content to the water, as well as it will increase the acidity in entire Udupi region. If we check the pH of the water, it will be always less than 5. So these are the two, mainly soil, depth and rainfall, as rainfall is also very heavy here. So these play very important roles.
Okay. So I just observed your water quality index table.
Yes.
Especially post-monsoon water quality shows decline. I mean, is there any reason, like
yes,
maybe
sir. Yes, sir.
is it due to runoff?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In pre-monsoon, especially pre-monsoon as well as in the past monsoon season, this we are seeing in Udupi in general also, dilution in the aquifers decreases in the post-monsoon. Whereas dilution in the aquifers or the water content in the aquifers will be higher in the pre as well as during the monsoon season, where the level of pollution will be lesser. Because of the dilution. Whereas in the post-monsoon, in general also, we see that in all the shallow aquifers, unconfined aquifers, the pollution level will be very higher due to the reduced dilution, due to the reduced water in the aquifers.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
All right. Are there any more questions? Hearing none, thank you, Dr. Deepika, for the presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Next, I would like to welcome Sandeepa Prabhu to present the paper Agri-Soil Analyzer, an automated system for a real-time soil health analysis.
So, Madam, I think Sandeep Prabhu is not there because of some health issues. He cannot present.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Starshaw, for informing. Next, I would like to welcome Doctors Subulakshmi and Karan to present the paper A Study on Anti-Proliferatory Activity of Novel Oxidioxyl benzamido derivatives.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Shall I share my screen? The screen?
It is not yet showing, ma'am.
Wait. Something. Okay. 2 minutes, madam. 1 minute, madam. I'll just
Okay, sure. Take your time, doctor.
1 minute. Just yeah. Uh, is it visible?
Yes,
Yes,
madam.
doc.
Okay. Thank you. For me, it is not visible. That's why. Something went wrong. Okay. But I can't. It's difficult to. Well, I need
Oh,
1 minute time, madam.
okay, doc. Do you
Yeah,
need
later. Okay,
assistance?
okay. Excellent. I'll take next after the next participant. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'll
Yes.
need one.
Okay,
Okay.
doc.
Okay.
All right then. I would like to welcome Lanza, Landazi to present the paper mechanism on PI13K AKT signaling pathway, mediating apoptosis of periodontal tissue cells in chronic periodontitis. Is the next presenter here, Doc Lan Dan Doc
Hello?
yeah.
Hello? Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yes.
Uh, Hello, can you see my PPT?
Yeah, it's visible now.
Oh, okay. Hello, esteemed professors. My name is Lan Dazhi, and the title of my research paper is Mechanism of PI3K AKT Signaling Pathway.
Excuse me. Can you please move to presentation mode?
Pardon?
Presentation mode. Now you are in slideshow mode. Can you move to
Presentation mode.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. The research paper is Mechanism of PI3K AKT signaling pathway mediating apoptosis of periodontal tissue cells in chronic periodontitis of periodont. The corresponding author is Dr. Pinporn Sumun. This research is affiliated with Swansnata Rajahet University in Bangkok, Thailand, and the Guangxi University of Chinese Medicine in Nanning, China. Firstly, I would like to present the research background. Chronic periodontitis, hereinafter referred to as CP, represents the most prevalent form of periodontal disease, accounting for approximately 95% of all periodontal disease cases. It's a chronic infection of the periodontal tissue initiated by dental plaque, resulting in the progressive destruction of this tissue and ultimately leading to tooth loss, thereby impacting patient quality of life. Microorganisms and their metabolic products induce gingival inflammation and swelling. When this inflammation affects the periodontal supporting tissue, it leads to the development of CP. Research studies, both domestically and internationally, have indicated a higher incidence of CP. According to the finding of China's fourth National Oral Health Survey, the prevalence of gingival bleeding was 87%. A study conducted in the United States revealed that 42% of adults over the age of 30 suffered from CP. Currently, research on the pathogenesis of CP is primarily focused on the expression of certain downstream functional genes. As depicted in the left feature, CD38 was significantly expressed in the periodontal tissue of patients with CP. Meanwhile, as shown in the right feature, Porphyromonas gingivalis infection promotes the proliferation of gingival epithelial cell by upregulating the expression of calbindin-1. Nevertheless, there remains a lack of comprehensive studies investigating the pathogenesis of CP. Exploring the differences in periodontal tissue gene expression between CP patients and healthy individuals can provide a theoretic foundation for the development of target strategy to prevent and treat CP. High throughput sequencing technology is capable of providing a comprehensive and detailed characterization of a species' genome. When integrated with bioinformatic analysis, this technology can be applied to identify disease-associated target genes and include the underlying pathogenic mechanism, thereby offering a theoretic foundation for the development of target disease therapies. Secondly, I would like to outline the research methodology. As shown in the technical roadmap, we collect periodontal tissue specimens from clinical cases. We recruit 30 patients with healthy periodontal tissue and 30 patients diagnosed with CP who needed tooth extraction treatment. The specimens were subject to high-throughput sequencing detection, and the results were analyzed using bioinformatic methods. Next, the significantly differentially expressed gene identified through this analysis were validated using qPCR, Western blot, and immunofluorescence techniques. Finally, the collected data was subject to statistic analysis. Result: high-throughput sequencing revealed that 786 genes were upregulated in CP group, while 643 genes were downregulated in the control group. Based on the similarity of gene expression profile between samples from the CP and control group, differential expressed genes were subject to cluster analysis, with the top 100 differential expressed genes visualized using a heat map. Additionally, the top 25 significant enriched genes in terms of biological process, cellular component, and molecular function were graphically represented. This finding indicate a substantial number of these differentiation expressed genes between the CP and control group, revealing diverse function characterized through cluster analysis. This suggests that CP may result from a coordinate regulation of multiple factors and biological mechanisms. KEGG enrichment analysis revealed that 31 genes were upregulated and 8 genes were downregulated in the PI3K-AKT signaling pathway. The KEGG enrichment bubble plot demonstrated that the number of differentiation expressed genes between the CP group and the control group was enriched in PI3K-AKT signaling pathway. PI3K's AKT signaling pathway plays a pivotal role in regulating cellular process, including survival, proliferation, and differentiation. This pathway is activated when PI3K is stimulated by extracellular signals such as growth factors or cytokines. Activated PI3K generate PIP3, which recruit and activate AKT at the plasma membrane. AKT substantially phosphorylate downstream target involved in anti-apoptotic signaling, cell cycle progression, and immune response. Therefore, it can be hypothesized that the destruction of periodontal supporting tissue in patients with CP may be associated with apoptosis progress mediated by activation of PI3K-AKT signaling pathway. Crawling the KEGG pathway database revealed that the PI3K-AKT signaling pathway is associated with apoptosis. Based on this, we speculate that the destruction of periodontal supporting tissue in CP may be caused by changes in the expression of PI3K-AKT signaling pathway in periodontal tissue of patients with CP and apoptosis of periodontal tissue cells such as fibroblasts. To validate the expression differences of PI3K-AKT signaling pathway identified in the KEGG enrichment analysis between the CP group and the control group, key genes of PI3K-AKT signaling pathway, PI3KCA, AKT1, PTEN, and critical downstream factor, caspase-9, were selected for qPCR analysis. The result demonstrated that, compared with control group, the relative mRNA expression levels of PI3KCA and AKT1 in the CP group were significantly reduced, while the relative mRNA expression levels of PTEN and caspase-9 were significantly increased. To confirm the differences in protein expression of key genes in the PI3K-AKT signaling pathway, we analyzed the protein expression levels of PI3KCA, AKT1, PAKT1, PTEN, and caspase-9 using Western blot. The results demonstrated that, compared with control group, the relative protein expression levels of PI3KCA, AKT1, and PAKT1 were significantly reduced in CP group, while the relative protein expression levels of PTEN and caspase-9 were significantly increased. No significant differences was observed in the proportion of PAKT1 between the two groups. To validate the expression of caspase-9 in CP, immunofluorescence staining was employed to detect the expression and localization of caspase-9. The result demonstrated that caspase-9 was significantly overexpressed in the cytoplasm and of periodontal tissue in the CP group compared with the control group. Recent studies have demonstrated that abnormal apoptosis of periodontal tissue cell represent one of the key mechanisms underlying disease progression. PI3K-AKT signaling pathway modulate apoptosis primarily by suppressing apoptotic signal and enhancing cell survival signal. Caspase-9 is referred to as an initiating caspase due to its role in initiating a cascade of apoptotic signaling pathway, serving as a critical node in apoptosis regulation. The PI3K-AKT signaling pathway influences caspase-9 activation by regulating apoptosis-related protein. Specifically, inhibition of PI3K-AKT signaling pathway lead to caspase-9 activation, thereby promoting apoptosis. In the present study, caspase-9 expression was significantly increased and predominantly localized in the cytoplasm of periodontal tissue, suggesting that the development of CP may involve the suppression of the PI3K-AKT signaling pathway, leading to caspase-9 mediated process. Therefore, targeting the PI3K-AKT signaling pathway may represent a potential therapeutic strategy for the clinical management of CP. By modulating key genes within the PI3K-AKT signaling pathway, promoting signal transduction, reversing caspase-9 expression, and reducing apoptosis of periodontal tissue cells, this approach could provide novel insight into treatment of periodontal tissue destruction in CP. Here are the reference. And the following and the result of this study have not been published in paper. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Lan Dazi. Okay, are there any questions from our session chairs? Okay, hearing none, thanks so much once again for your presentation. Dr. Dr. Current, are you ready?
Yeah, no questions, madam. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Nice presentation.
All right then.
Thank you, professors.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Yeah, I'm ready.
And you may now present your presentation.
Yeah.
You may share. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, madam. My research work is a study on. Hello.
Sorry, Dr. Karen, can you please put it on presentation mode?
It's not in a presentation mode.
It is still, but the slides are very small, so we can't really see the text.
It is small only. Okay, wait. Something is there. It's not in the presentation mode. Now, madam?
There are no slides showing them. I think you can share, ma'am, once again your presentation, and then just click the icon on the lower right button.
1 minute. 1 minute. What, madam? Please tell me.
Okay.
After
right.
after share screen, then
share screen, and then select the presentation that you would like to share.
Yeah, share.
And then click beside that 50%. Yeah.
Now?
Oh, it's still the same.
Yeah, something.
Maybe you can adjust.
Madam, please press Shift F5.
Yeah, what's that? Please,
Shift F5. Shift F5 to move to presentation mode.
Shift.
In about. Oh
Wait.
no. Or yeah, I mean without presentation mode also you can continue. Just share your PPT and you can continue.
Sir, can you tell me what shift?
It's okay
F5.
now.
Yeah, it's okay now. You can go ahead.
Now?
Yeah, it's visible now, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. My work is a study on anti-proliferatory activity of novel oxadiazole benzamidine derivative. I'm presenting this paper along with Dr. Ravi Prabhake, Dr. Deepika Bivi, as well as Ms. Swati, madam. The introduction of this work is I plan to synthesize an oxidizole compound using simple compounds like glycine, an amino acid glycine, because there are many substituted benzamides play a key role in the synthesis of medicinally important derivatives. And here, a harmful solvent catalyst, without using harmful solvents catalyst, we can able to achieve the synthesis of oxidizole, and these targeted molecules carried out by a simple conventional method by the formation of oxazolone. Then the prepared compound, they usually, or the oxidizole compounds are usually shows anti-proliferatory, anti-inflammatory, analgesic, antibacterial, antitubular activities. So based on that, we plan to synthesize such type of compounds with different moiety. In view of great importance of this benzamide 134 oxidizole derivative in medicinal field, uh, uh, we took this type of work. Coming to the methodology, first we synthesize oxazolone. Here we took a mixture of glycine, benzoyl
Ma'am,
glycine. Yeah.
ma'am, sorry to interrupt you. Could you please change the slide? Because it is in the first slide only. Please change the slide, ma'am. Methodology, you are discussing about methodology. Methodology slide. Can you share?
Yeah. 1 minute. Thank you. No, it's something went wrong. In my, it's not visible. That's why it's not visible. Shit. Cancel. Wait. ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಅಮ್ಮ ಇದಾಗಿದೆ ಅದಾಗಿದೆ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ಮೋಡ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ವೈ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ Yeah. Shall I continue with this screen only?
Okay, ma'am. Please continue. Please continue, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Something went wrong. I don't know. ಇಲ್ಲವಾ ಇದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಬ್ಯಾಕಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶೇರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಬಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಶೇರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ
Ma'am, it's visible. Please continue.
Doc, your mic is off.
But in my tab, it is not visible. That's why, sir. It's difficult to move from one share to other. Come one slide to other. ಇದೊಂದು share ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, sir.
That's okay.
Ma'am,
You
sorry.
just
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you. Could you
Yeah.
please share me your slide PPT to the number, WhatsApp number I'm sharing? Please note down the number, ma'am. 80723.
No, no. This is my inside. ನನ್ನ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದು, sir.
You can share the PPT slide to us, ma'am. We will share from here.
Okay, okay. Wait, okay. Could you please tell me
80723.
ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಶೇರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇದಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ. ನಾನು ಪುನಃ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ.
Miss Jasame, you can announce the next presenter to present. Meanwhile, she will share the PPT to us.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
One second. ಇಲ್ಲ.
Okay, Dr. Shubhalakshmi.
ಯಾವಾಗಿಂದ ಹಾಗೆ?
Let us welcome the next presenter, Dr. Sayantika Chattaraj, to present the paper From Dawn to Dusk, Life and Work of Women Domestic Helpers in the Urban Agglomeration of Asansol, Durgapur. Is Dr. Sayantika here? Dr. Sayantika Chattaraj? Okay, we will move on to the next presenter. I would like to welcome Rumpa Neyogi to present the paper Women's Economic Empowerment in Dhaka, Overcoming Gender-Based Challenges in Banking and Finance.
Thank you very much. I'm just sharing my slide. Just a second. It's visual?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Oh, shit. Just a second. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. This is Rumpa Negi from St. Xavier's University, Kolkata, and today with me, my another co-author, or Mr. Arnav Bhattacharya, Masters in IT at Shahjahan University of Science and Technology in Bangladesh.
Ma'am, please put it on presentation.
Yeah, I'm already in the presentation mode.
I think it's on the other screen, ma'am.
Okay, but I'm already.
You can what can you do is to stop sharing and then put it on presentation mode first, and then go to share and select the presentation mode PowerPoint.
Oh, just a second. Now it's visible?
No, ma'am.
But in my laptop is already in the presentation mode.
No problem. You can go ahead with the previous one.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so today our topic is women's economic empowerment in Dhaka, overcoming gender-based challenges in banking and finance. Women in Dhaka's banking and finance sector face persistent
Ma'am,
challenges.
sorry to interrupt. Nothing is visible. No slideshow or no PPT.
Okay, then I'm just cut it and again share the entire screen.
If it's needed, I can share it. I also have it as her partner. I can be sharing while she presents.
Yeah, please. Thank you, Arnav.
1 second. Is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible now.
And
Yeah.
is,
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's screen. The presentation mode. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So today our topic is women's economic empowerment in Dhaka, overcoming gender-based challenges in banking and finance. Women in Dhaka's banking and finance sector face persistent challenges, including workplace discrimination, gender-based harassment, and limited leadership opportunities. Despite economic progress, structural barriers continue to hinder their empowerment. This study examines these obstacles and explores strategies to promote gender equality in the financial industry. In the background of the study, despite progress in education and economic growth, women in Dhaka's banking sector continue to face structural barriers such as workplace harassment, discrimination, and limited access to leadership roles. Cultural norm and gender bias further restricted their economic participation. In Bangladesh, the labor force participation rate among 37% and male among 80.2% from 2023. This study explored the challenges to understand how they impact women's empowerment and career advancement in the financial sector. Can we go to the next slide, please?
I think I did.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. In the methodology part, the data source, this study used data from Bangladesh Bank's Gender Equality Reports of Banks and FIS 2017 to 2024, which provides annual insight on women's employment and leadership presence in the banking and financial sector. Analysis approach, a systematic trend analysis was conducted to observe changes in women's employment and rates over the year, especially their participation in high level roles such as board membership. Focus area, the research explored the slow but steady increase in women employment, fluctuation and leadership representation, barriers such as workplace harassment, societal norm, and other glass ceiling. The objective, the main was to reveal how structural and cultural challenges like discrimination, lack of membership, limits women's advancement and provide evidence-based insight for providing gender equity in the sector. I would like to request Mr. Arnav Bhattacharya to continue the rest of presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nyogi. I would like to continue with our results and finding and discussing what we found. Primarily, I would like to start with the key challenges faced by women in the banking and financial sectors of Bangladesh. We've categorized them as four parts. The structural barriers to employment. There is a dogma against hiring women in Bangladesh because the workplaces are usually open till late. There's a matter of personal safety and other issues which hinders the hiring process of women. But once they are hired, they face gender-based harassment, which may include pay gaps, more workloads compared to their male counterparts. And all these problems accumulate into what we call the glass ceiling, which is a hypothetical barrier that stops a woman's career growth or climbing the career ladder. Ultimately, these are all affected by the cultural and societal norms of the country. Because even in 2025, there is a certain portion of the country that will force women to not pursue a career because that is not a woman's job and etc. All these affects a woman's career, and the gender-based harassment is prevalent in the workforce as well. And these can be categorized into three parts from the research of Dr. Milton et al. This is sexual harassment, which is unwanted contact, physical contact, or pressurizing in any ways, verbal abuse using words to harass someone, and discrimination through workload and or wage gap. The data collection from Bangladesh Bank identified issues in the male-dominated environment that it minimizes women's participation. Female employees are often exploited in the performance evaluation and in promotion decisions. The organizations have shown that the organizational climate tends to allow such behavior because it fails to effectively implement any anti-harassment laws. This should not have been the case, as given the Women and Children Protection Act of 2000 makes sexual harassment of any kind a criminal offense, but implementations of these laws in private banks and private organizations have still remained difficult. These type of gender-based harassments affect a woman's career negatively in a straight linear progression. We can start with the wage gap. After joining, if a woman is paid less than her male counterparts, it creates a sense of less importance, which can easily divulge into a lack of job security. A person could be thinking that I am not important enough to keep in this workflow and I could be replaced at any moment. This leads to low productivity. Once a person is not sure about their job security, their productivity automatically drops, and that puts them on a cyclic loop. As they are less productive, they are less secure about their job, and that leads to psychological stress. And when dealing with that psychological stress, it often, even in education and in career, moves to stagnation, absenteeism, low focus. Ultimately, it limits one's ability to move up in the career ladder. It limits one's mentorship abilities, limits one's professional growth. And that is what the glass ceiling is, limiting women's professional growth. They can join in the workforce, but not rise up in the ranks, get board member positions, get higher ranked salaries, etc. And this can be shown by the research done here, where women's representation in senior management roles are still remain low. There's a lack of mentorship and leadership training for women. There is cultural resistance, putting a woman in a higher position because you wonder if the lower employees will be okay taking orders from her. There's inconsistent gender inclusive policies in the financial institutions as well as the banks, and inconsistencies in how they are enforced or addressed. If we look at the data shown in the graph, it shows that women, though there has been a slight increase in how many women join the workforce in the banking sectors, the number of women board members have decreased since 2019 and have not yet reached the point it was in 2019, even in 2025. If we look at the trends in women's employment in banking, though there has been a steady increase in the number of women joining the workforce, there's still the leadership roles are still low. And if we look at compared to the world, not only are we under Finland, which is a higher earning country, Malaysia, which is a middle income country, we are even below the world average of women employment participation currently in Bangladesh. If we look at the banking sector in a microcosm, we can see that even though the private banks and the foreign banks have maintained their employment rate, not increased, they are still at 14% relatively and 18% relatively, they have not increased. The state-owned banks have decreased the number of women working for them, and that is not even going into the number of board members, because we have seen that in 2022, there was a 4% women board members in specialized bank, which dropped to none in 2023. These problems are now creating a glass ceiling for women in Bangladesh, particularly in the banking sectors of Dhaka and financial sectors of Dhaka. And the strategies to mitigate them are present, but not being enforced properly. And these are being highlighted in this research as well. We need to strengthen anti-harassment policies and enforcement. The policies do exist. We have seen evidence that the policies have been present for a long time, but it is the enforcement that is being lacked. Provide leadership training for women and mentorship programs for women, because that is something Bangladesh does not do, or very rarely does, very rarely in the state banks. The quota system is a bit under a microscope at this moment, but it is still very important, especially in a country like Bangladesh, to maintain a steady quota system, even in the leadership positions in Bangladesh, especially in the banking and financial sectors. And then an encouraging an inclusive work policy. The policies in Bangladesh banking and financial sector are very old. They have not been updated, or the training has not been updated for the employees to maintain with the current up-to-date methodologies of workplace culture and policies, and that has to change. In conclusion, women's participation in bank is increasing, but the leadership representation remains low and in some cases are still decreasing. Addressing gender-based harassment is a crucial for achieving women's economic empowerment. We need to address these biases and mitigate them. Targeted interventions can help bridge the gap help bridge the gender gap in financial sectors. We need to specifically target what is going wrong and address them directly. And a call to action for policymakers. As anyone who follows current affairs knows, currently the country is going through some changes. Hopefully we can influence them positively, that we can get the policymakers in a call to action to put down proper policies for women empowerment. The references used in the research are, some of the references used in the research are provided here. Thank you for your time. Any questions? Ms. Nyogi, Dr. Nyogi, your camera is off.
Okay, thank you to our presenters. Questions from our session chairs?
Yeah, this very good presentation, a good topic also. So how you collect the data? Is a that you have used any techniques to validating the data?
We used IBM's SPSS to validate our data, but given the restrictions of word count, we could not enter that full chart of our validation into the research. And we have collected the data from two sources. We have interviews from the banking and financial sectors of Bangladesh, particularly Dhaka, and we have had a deep dive in the government data of Bangladesh. From Bangladesh Bank, they publish annual reports on how many people have entered the workforce, how many people have. These are all from the government standpoint. For the private portions, we did go on.
Okay, yeah. So are you able to show the data, like, you have any visual pictorial visualizations, something you have as a
I
result?
have visualizations for what the data says, but I do not have on hand spreadsheet of all the data we've collected, because mostly it was empirical. We've did theoretical research. Oh, and we do have all the PDFs of all the annual reports ranging from 2017 to 2024, and I think from 2013 also, because Bangladesh Bank publishes data on employment, not particularly women. There have been a few studies from the government where they focused on gender particularly, but they mostly study on how many people have entered the workforce, how many of them, they do have the data if they are men and women, and we have extrapolated from that by collecting all the PDFs, analyzing them, bringing out all the necessary data we needed for our research, cataloging them in a chart. We did have a spreadsheet to catalog these data, and then we did the research.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It was a nice topic. All the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, even I too have a similar doubt in my mind, I mean, question. So while presenting this kind of statistics, validation takes a very important role here, data validation. And so in line with that, I have one question. How was the analysis conducted on leadership roles? So was it purely positional or performance based?
It was mostly a census based, because we could not talk to many managers or people in the board, because given work policies and contract agreements, they are not allowed to usually speak about how they operate these behaviors. So we took the data from what has been published through government and non-government sectors on how many people have entered the workforce, how many people hold which positions, and after what time, how many people have went up in the
So
career.
it is positional based.
Yes, mostly positional based.
Okay. Could you please elaborate on the framework or criteria used to define and identify glass ceiling barriers?
Could you, as in definitions of the glass ceiling, we've chosen previous research primarily on social studies for glass ceiling definition, because we do not want to define it personally. And we have followed that definition. We have it in our research paper.
There must be some criteria to decide glass ceiling barriers.
I believe we stick to anything that would hinder a woman's career progression through financial or gender-based barriers, like workload based on women.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there more any questions from our session chairs? Hearing none, thank you to our presenters.
Thank you for your time.
Dr. Ravi Prabha. Your mic is off. You may now again proceed to your presentation.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Shubhalakshmi and Karan. Yeah. Shall I continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's in the presenting mode now.
It is visible.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's in the slide share mode. Madam, is in the
Not,
slide share mode, no?
not, yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. Can I start with the methodology
Methodology, yeah.
or
Madam, you can
introduction?
start.
Huh?
Yeah, start with the methodology.
Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here, the methodology in that, the first thing is we have to prepare this compound, the oxazolone compound. In the oxazolone compound is synthesized by using a simple benzoyl glycine with the sodium acetate and acetic anhydride. It is heated in a hot plate. Once it is completely dissolved, we have to reflux for about 2 hours and then cooled to room temperature. Then we have to keep it in a refrigerator for about a day, and then it is purified to get a pure oxazolone compound. Along with that, we have to use a suitable aldehyde to get this type of moiety. And then once we get the oxazolone, then it is converted into, or we try to synthesize hydrazide derivatives. The hydrazide derivative is synthesized by using 1,3-oxazolone compound mixed with the hydrazide in the absolute ethanol, and it is stirred for about 15 to 20 minutes. Precipitate is formed, and that precipitate, what we observed, is a hydrazide. It is a pure compound, is done by purification process using hexane purification process with the ethanol, and then the conformation of the compound formation is done by using TLC. And once we get this hydrazide, then we try to prepare a oxidizole compound. The oxidizole compound means the compounds which are 5-membered ring which contains 2 nitrogen and the 1 oxygen. So this is the oxidizole. Our intention is to synthesize this kind of compound. So for that purpose, we took these hydrazides. The hydrazide is mixed with the different types of substituted aromatic acids. So here I took 4 different types of substituted aromatic acid, which was refluxed with the phosphorus oxychloride for about 4 hours at 60 degrees Celsius. And the excess of this phosphorus oxychloride should be removed by evaporation process. Then the mixture is allowed to cool to ambient temperature, and then we have to pour ice with the stirring. Separated solid was filtered, washed, and saturated sodium bicarbonate have to be introduced to neutralize the phosphoric acid, and then we have to carry a recrystallization process, and then it is subjected to the conformation test for IR, UV, or even NMR studies. Then the formed compound is subjected to anti-proliferatory activity by MTT cell viability assay method. So in the anti-proliferatory activity, it is a colorimetric method used to assess metabolic activity commonly applied to determine the cell viability proliferatory cytotoxicity test. Here, usually we took standard compounds like the compound dioxo like component is taken. Here, the T25 tissue culture class stock was suspension prepared, and then we carry this MTTS using MTTS reagent. Will carry the anti-proliferatory activities test. Here, the viable cells are reduced yellow MTT reagent to insoluble purple formazone crystals via mitochondrial enzymes. The crystals are then solubilized typically by using DMSO, and then it is subjected to the determination of absorbance. Then the coming to the result and discussion, I have already informed. We prepared 4 different types of oxidizole compound using oxazolone compound. The first, how we confirm the formation of oxazolone compounds by IR 1HNMR spectra. In the IR spectrum of this, here, this oxygen, the link to the 5-member ring, what we called it the oxazolone oxygen. In the IR spectrum, the gamma lactone ring evidence, the formation appears of a strong stretching band at 1788 centimeter inwards, and the vinylic stretching band, this one appears at around 1597, which overlapped with the aromatic skeletal vibration in the range of 1473 to 1597. The absorption band in the region of 1639 that is usually assigned to this carbon atom, C double bond N carbon atom. And similarly, the 1H NMR spectrum of vinylic proton signals that appears appears at 7.4 somewhere here, the 7.49 ppm. Along with this, a proton adjacent to the sulfur in the 2-thiophenyl appeared as a doublet at 7.73 ppm. So by this, we can conclude that the formation of the preliminary compound oxazolone. Then the oxazolone is converted, or it is we try to synthesize the benzamides, and the formation of this benzamide we confirmed by the absence of oxazolone oxazolone carbonyl groups. Here, they exhibit the stretching. Here we observe the two NH and NH2, the NH-NH2 bands. So the spectral here we can see the same, the NH2 and NH functional group at 3423 centimeter and in the region of 3074 and 3123 centimeter respectively. So this indicates the nucleophilic attack by hydrogen hydrate on oxazolone moiety that leads to the ring opening of the oxazolone. So it again confirms the formation of hydrazide compound. The further it is supported by the absence of gamma lactone, that is at 1788 centimeter, which was appeared in the previous compound, but here it is absent. So it confirms the formation of this kind of compound. And even the other evidence, that is 1H NMR spectrum, it shows the ring opening of lacta carbon and the formation of hydrazide confirm at the signal what we observed here, that is around the 4.40 ppm correspond to this compound, this moiety NH2 protons. The presence of two NH protons in hydrazide and the amide linkage are identified at 9.49 ppm and 9.71 ppm. Along this, the triplet signals at 7.08 ppm that could be accounted for C3 protons of this thiophenyl groups. So the doublet at 8.70 ppm was identified at C2 and C6 protons of phenyl rings. So this evidence shows that the formation of the hydrazide compound. The further, we try to achieve the oxadiazole compounds by using by reflexing with different acids, organic acids with the phosphorus oxychloride, and that is confirmed. So as a representative, the one compound I took, that is 6C compounds as a representative example for the purpose of spectral interpretation. Here, the IR spectrum absorption band in the region of 1275 and 1487, stretching vibration band at 1707 centimeter corresponds to NH stretch of amide carbonyl groups. A stretch band was identified at 1658, which is relevant to C this one C double bond N group. The absorption band in the region of 2978 to 3037 centimeter that attribute the alkane as well as alkane groups. So by this we can confirm that the formation of IR spectrum evidences the formation of 6C compound. Even the 1H NMR spectrum that shows a doublet signal, that shows the doublet signals around 3.63 ppm indicate the presence of two methylene protons, CH2 proton. These protons indicate the CH2 protons. indicate the condensation of 4 chlorophenyl acetic acid with respective hydrazide. The absence of signal due to NH2 protons at 4.40 ppm. In the previous case, it is present, whereas here it is absent. That clearly indicate the target the compound is that was synthesized. And even the singlet signal, what we observed around here, the 11.31, that corresponds to this NH protons. So, and these proton NMR spectrum evidences the formation of 6C compounds. Similarly, the carbon NMR also shows the C1, the oxidizole C1, and here the C1 and C13 appeared at 158.8 ppm and 169.4 ppm respectively. A signal due to carbonyl carbon, this one, a carbonyl carbon that is appeared at 167.7 ppm. A single signal appeared at 127 ppm could be due to C6, this the vinylic protons. So by this, we can conclude again the C6 formation along with the molecular mass spectrum that indicates the formation of molecular ion at M++1 region, that is 422.23 region, that clearly indicate the formation of this kind of compound. Then the formed compound is then subjected to the synthesized compound is subjected to cytotoxic effect detection for 6A2D compound. Only here took 6A2D compound were screened against breast cancer cell, that is MCF7, and HEK 293 normal kidney cells by MTTSA methods. So the IC50 value of these compounds are mentioned in the table. The IC50 value of this derivative are comparable with the normal, the anti-cancer agent drug, that is doxorubicin. All the compounds, they induce some amount of cytotoxicity against MCF. That's why we shown like 177, 89, like with the differential sensitivity. Among the tested compound, the compound 6C were found to possess a higher efficiency of cytotoxicity against MCF7 because it shows a minimum IC50 values compared to other compounds. So based on this, so the value of based on this IC50 values, MCF7 breast cancer cells and HEK cell line compound 6C could be suggested for a chemotherapeutic agents of breast cancers. So these all methods, what we done is either in vivo methods, so that they could be considered as a potential cytotoxicity against human breast cancer cells at chemotherapeutic agents and less effect against non-cancerous cells. And the conclusion here, we synthesize a new series of 1,3,4 oxidizole derivatives using simple hydrazide aromatic acids and phosphorus oxychloride, and all the spectral evidences that support the formation of these kind of compounds. And among the tested compound for the anti-cancer activity against both the kidney cell as well as the breast cancer cell, in that the MCF70, the breast cancer cell, in that the 6C, the moiety, that shows a very good activity. These are the references, and I greatly acknowledge our college, Sri Madhava Vadiraja Institute of Technology and Management, Bantakal, India, for providing research facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vipra. Are there any questions from our session chairs?
No questions from my side.
All right, then. How about Dr. Kumar? Hearing none, so that's it. Dr. Ravi Prabra, thank you for the presentation.
Sorry, Madam, I'm Dr. Shubhalakshmi and Karanth. I'm using the connection with the Dr. Roy.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry. That's my
Okay.
mistake.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like
Thank you.
to welcome, is Dr. Saintika have joined? I think she's not. So we will move on to the next presenter. I would like to welcome Dr. Emmanuel Joy Cleta and Dr. Julie Angie Gamit to present the paper Preparedness and Recovery Measures to Typhoons of Agricultural Extension Workers in Central Luzon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good
Yes,
afternoon
Ma'am
po.
Julie.
Apo, yes, ma'am, na-share na po ni Doc yung video niya, recorded. Doc
Doc
Leto.
Eman from Dean Rose po.
Okay po, ma'am, I will share the video, recorded video o presentation of Dr. Emmanuel Joy Cleta.
All right then, ma'am. Thank you.
For a while po, for a while.
Is it a video presentation, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is PPT, not video.
Ma'am, they will be sharing their provided presentation. Ma'am Julie, I have the copy na. Should I play
Yes,
it?
Yes, ma'am, sure po. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Wait a moment.
To the organizers of the World.
Ma'am Julie, is there any sound po?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good day, everyone. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of the World Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Practices and the Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, Philippines, the Sri Madhwa Vadiraha Institute of Technology Management, India, and the Concord Educational Research and Development Association, or SERADA, for the invaluable opportunity to present our research in this global academic platform. For this presentation, I'll be sharing the background of the study, the research methods, and a brief overview of the respondents. Following this, our lead author, Dr. Julie Angie Gamit, will present results and the key findings of the study. Thank you once again for this opportunity, and we hope our research contributes meaningfully to this year's theme, Integrating Knowledge for Global Impact. Our study is entitled Preparedness and Recovery Measures to Typhoons of Agricultural Extension Workers in Central Luzon. Presented to you by the following authors, Dr. Julie Angie Gamit, Dr. Vilma U. Ramos, and yours truly. For the background of the study, in Central Luzon, Philippines, known as the rice granary of the region or rice granary of the country, produces about 18% of the nation's rice and reached 154% during 2017. This is according to the Phil Rice Institute of 2023. But despite this importance, the region remains highly vulnerable to typhoons, endangering crops, infrastructure, and farmer livelihoods. To address this, the Department of Agriculture works with LGUs to boost disaster resilience, with agricultural extension workers at the front line of this initiative. Agricultural extension workers serves as the link between farmers and government essential services. Now, while AEWs play a vital role in climate adaptation, their disaster preparedness and recovery functions remain unexplored. Now, this study fills the gap by examining the AEW strategy's effectiveness and challenges in typhoon response, offering insights for policy and capacity development to strengthen agricultural resiliency. Now, for the methodology, this study utilized descriptive correlational design with quantitative data gathered through structured questionnaire. It aimed to assess the preparedness of recovery measures of AEWs in Central Luzon response to typhoons and how this relate to their demographic and work characteristics. Respondents and sampling. Now, a total of 128 AEWs from selected municipalities in Nueva Ecija, particularly in Bataan and Pampanga, participated in the study. These provinces were chosen for their extensive agricultural areas and vulnerability to typhoons. The study employed purposive sampling, selecting AEWs who are directly involved in disaster preparedness and recovery at the barangay level. Now, this method ensured that the respondents had a relevant experience and insights necessary to achieve the study's goals. Now, for the research sites, the study focused on 3 municipalities per province, those with the largest agricultural areas, to ensure relevance to regional food security and disaster exposure. For the data collection and analysis, data were collected using structured questionnaire and analyzed through SPSS, both descriptive statistics, frequencies, and percentage and means, and inferential tests, specifically Spearman's rank order correlation and Kramer's V, were used to identify the associations between AEW's preparedness recovery actions and their profiles. Now, for the profile of the respondents, the study found that most agricultural extension workers, AEWs in Central Luzon, are young, mostly male and married, and aged 20 to 40 years old. The majority of them hold bachelor's degree with 1 to 5 experience, mainly serving as agricultural technologists or extension workers. They typically cover 2 barangays and support 200 to 400 farmers, with rice, of course, as the main crop, particularly in Nueva Ecija, where San Jose City reported to have the highest AEW involvement. Now, this profile underscores the critical role of AEWs in disaster response and food security. Their youth, education, and field experience position them well for capacity building and, of course, targeted support. At this point, I'd like to turn over the platform to our lead author, Dr. Julian Gamit, who will present the key findings on AEW's preparedness and recovery efforts in response to typhoons. Dr. Gamit, the platform is yours. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, let me share my presentation for the continuation of the presentation of our study. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I am Dr. Julian Gamit, the lead author for this study. Now, let me present the results and discussion of our research. For the results and discussion, first in the preparedness and measures highlights, AEW showed satisfactory preparedness, especially in coordinating with the agencies. However, their capacity in risk assessment and training still needs enhancement to improve disaster readiness. Now let us examine the 4 key areas of recovery where agricultural extension workers or AEWs play a vital role in the damage assessment, farm rehabilitation, livelihood support, and monitoring and evaluation. First, in the damage assessment, AEWs were rated highly for both timeliness and thoroughness with a mean scores of 3.36 and 3.39 respectively, both classified as very satisfactory. This shows their effectiveness in conducting prompt and accurate assessments, which according to Karki and Shrestha 2021 are essentials for planning an appropriate response and avoiding further crises. Still, there is a room to improve in how findings are communicated, how reports are utilized, and how farmers are included in the process. Next, on the farm rehabilitation, that overall rating was satisfactory with a mean score of 2.98. AEWs were generally effective in supporting the recovery of agricultural operations. However, some areas such as access to technical inputs and timely interventions still need strengthening to maximize rehabilitation's outcomes. These results also reflect the Department of Agriculture commitment to providing continued support to typhoon-affected farmers. And when it comes to the livelihood support, AEWs again receive a satisfactory rating with a mean of 2.63. They have delivered essential assistance, yet more can be done in offering alternative livelihood programs and climate resilient agriculture training like the initiatives of Climate Resilient Farmers Field School or CRFFS are helping bridge this gap by equipping our AEWs or the agricultural extension workers with the tools to enhance long-term resilience. And lastly, for the monitoring and evaluation of recovery activities also earned a satisfactory score, averaging 2.86. AEWs have demonstrated consistent follow-through by tracking farm rehabilitation progress and integrating lessons learned into future disaster planning. So this continuous feedback loop is vital for strengthening disaster response. However, improvements are still needed in the formalizing evaluation processes and encouraging more active feedback for our farmers. Overall, these findings underscore the AEW's dedication and the effectiveness of current recovery efforts, while also pointing to specific areas where strategic improvements can make a greater impact. Next, for the table 3, we have the capacity building and training. Before a typhoon, the overall mean was 2.41. Partially prepared, most indicators were rated below 2.51, suggesting that while efforts were made, they were either insufficient or inconsistently applied. So the highest rated item was providing technical guidance to farmers on typhoon preparedness with a fully prepared mean of 3.43. AEWs continues to serve a vital role in delivering farm advisories, early warning systems, and practical support. However, the scores for participating in training and conducting farmer sessions, both below 2.5, highlights gaps in the regularity and reach of capacity building activities. And this aligns with ATI's or Agricultural Training Institutes in the Philippines' ongoing efforts to strengthen AEW's roles through structured training programs. Challenges persist as noted by Sidro and Radha Krishna 2020, including limited funding, lack of continuous professional development, and low morale among our extension workers. Yet, examples from regions like Bicol and Benguet in the Philippines show that AEWs can be highly effective when empowered, placing crucial roles in pre-typhoon preparation and community resilience. And I think this is the last slide for the results and discussion. For the table 4, challenges and coping strategies of AEWs in typhoon preparedness and recovery highlights. AEWs face several recurring challenges in both preparedness and recovery efforts. First, in the infrastructure-wise, they frequently experience limited access to essential resources with a category mean of 2.88. and categorized as orphan. The most pressing issue is access to funding and institutional assistance, with a mean score of 3.35 and categorized as always a challenge, highlighting a lack of financial support for disaster management. As AEWs noted, LGUs tend to prioritize life-saving over agricultural support during emergencies. Other challenges like poor road conditions, lack of storage, and limited transport and early warning systems are consistently rated as open, indicating irregular availability of resources needed on the ground. In terms of institutional and policy support, AEWs rated the speed of government response as always a challenge, as their top concern. As emphasized by the U.S. Government Accountability Office and supported by the FAO 2023, delays in agricultural aid and delivery prolong community vulnerability and delay the recovery. Additionally, AEWs reported unclear preparedness protocols which hamper timely and coordinated action. And as for coping strategies, AEWs rely heavily on internal resilience. The most frequent emotional strategies are staying positive and engaging in spiritual and mindfulness practices, both rated as always. These reflect their psychological commitment to persevere in challenging situations physically and professionally. AEWs prioritize their safety, task sharing, and active communication with stakeholders. And these measures are crucial in sustaining effective response operations. But however, community and institutional support as a coping mechanism is less reliable, with a mean of 2.77. Support from farmer organization scored with 3.14 and access to financial aid with a mean score of 2.69 is present but inconsistent. These findings emphasize that while AEWs are resourceful and committed, systematic support in funding, infrastructure, and clear protocols remains essential to strengthen their role in disaster preparedness and recovery. So let me show you the slide of our references for this study. In the acknowledgement, the authors would like to express our deepest gratitude to the Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology for this research opportunity to venture on the explorations to understand the plight of our AEWs. Our sincere gratitude to the following offices, LGUs that have contributed towards the realization of this study: Municipal and City Agriculture Offices of San Antonio, Guimba, and San Jose City in Nueva Ecija, Bagak, Orion, and Hermosa in Bataan, and Arayat, Candaba, and Lubao in the province of Pampanga for their cooperation, assistance, which made the data collection and fieldwork possible. Kudos to NEST, Serada, and WCMRP. To God be the highest praise. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you to the presenters. Do you have any questions, session chairs? Okay, hearing none. So that's it, Julie, and congratulations to Dr. Julie and Dr. Emmanuel.
Thank you so
Let's
much,
proceed
ma'am.
now. Let's proceed now to our last presenter. I would like to welcome Dr. Rosemary Casimiro and Dr. Jocelyn Ramones to present the paper Pathways to Sustainability and Evaluation of Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries, Development and Sustainability Program of Provinces in Central Luzon, Philippines. Allow me to share their provided presentation, video presentation.
Today, I will present the research titled Pathways to Sustainability and Evaluation of Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries Development and Sustainability Program of Provinces in Central Luzon, Philippines, authored by Jocelyn Ramones, yours truly, Rosemary Casimiro, and Dr. Vilma Ramos from Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology.
The Philippines, a nation of over 7,600 islands, is geographically defined as an archipelago, yet socioeconomically grounded in agriculture. Despite its fragmented terrain and island-based divisions, the country maintains a strong agrarian foundation. with a significant portion of the population relying on farming and fisheries for livelihood, this paradox, insular in form, yet agricultural in function, creates complex dynamics in land distribution, agricultural productivity, and rural development.
In response to deep-seated calls for social justice and equitable land access, the 1987 Philippine Constitution mandated agrarian reform through Article 13, Section 4. This led to the establishment of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, or CARP, under Republic Act No. 6657, which sought to dismantle feudal landholding patterns by redistributing land to landless farmers and farm workers. The program was complemented by support services including credit, training, infrastructure, and agribusiness assistance, anchoring agrarian reform as both a socio-political and economic development initiative. To strengthen the CARP's long-term goals, the Department of Agrarian Reform, or DAR, implemented the Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries Development and Sustainability Program, or ARBDSP. This initiative was designed to enhance the capacity and productivity of agrarian reform beneficiaries, or ARBs, who are landless farmers entitled to land under Section 22 of RA 6657 and DAR Administrative Order No. 6, Series of 1998. Through the issuance of Certificate of Land Ownership Award, or CLOAS, ARBs were given formal legal rights to the land they till. The program focused on 4 core activity areas: 1. Supervision and management for effective delivery of support services; 2. Social infrastructure building; 3. Enterprise development and economic support; and 4. Climate resilient farm productivity support. The 4 core activity areas aim to develop farmer organizations, promote entrepreneurial agriculture, support environmentally sustainable practices, and ensure long-term resilience of agrarian communities. According to DAR's 2022 Agency Performance Review, over 525,000 ARBs were trained, and more than 1,600 ARBOs reported income generation. Central Luzon emerged as a focal region due to its extensive agrarian population and the successful implementation of key reform initiatives. However, persistent issues remain. Studies highlighted barriers such as insufficient support services, difficulty in accessing entrepreneurial resources, limited application of training due to funding constraints, and inadequate infrastructure, particularly water systems essential for modern farming practices. This research thus evaluates how ARBs in Central Luzon utilize the program's 4 major areas, assess both the effectiveness and limitations of these interventions, and offers evidence-based recommendations to enhance the strategic implementation of agrarian reform programs in the context of an archipelagic but agriculturally dependent nation. This study employed a descriptive quantitative research design, utilizing structured survey questionnaire to collect empirical data on the implementation and impact of the Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries Development and Sustainability Program in Central Luzon, Philippines. The research was conducted across 3 provinces, Nueva Ecija, Pampanga, and Tarlac, which collectively host a significant portion of rice-producing agrarian reform beneficiaries. The respondents were selected from among ARBs who had participated in DAR-led development and sustainability programs between 2021 and 2024, ensuring that insights were drawn from recent and relevant experiences. Table 1 presents the population and sample size distribution of ARBs per province. Data were encoded, organized, and analyzed using statistical software, ensuring accuracy in descriptive statistical analysis and interpretation. The methodology enabled a clear assessment of ARB's engagement with ARBDSP's core components and the program's perceived effectiveness in improving agricultural outcomes and livelihoods. The age distribution of respondents revealed a significant generational gap among agrarian reform beneficiaries. A majority, 137 respondents or 36%, were aged 61 and above, while only 20 respondents, 5%, fell within the 18 to 30 age bracket. This data highlights a prevailing trend of aging farmer beneficiaries, while the program aims to enhance agricultural productivity and livelihoods through capacity building and support services. Its effectiveness is increasingly challenged by the diminishing participation of younger generations. The youth disengagement from agriculture reflects the broader systemic issues. Agriculture is often perceived as unattractive by the youth due to factors such as low income, limited access to capital, outdated policies, and insufficient technological integration. This generational shift threatens the long-term viability of agrarian development as the absence of young farmers limits knowledge transfer, technological adoption, and labor sustainability within rural communities. Addressing this demographic imbalance is crucial to ensuring that agrarian reform programs remain effective and future-proof. This indicates a clear male predominance among agrarian reform beneficiaries or ARBs. This gender disparity reflects long-standing sociocultural norms and institutional practices, where men are typically recognized as household heads and primary landowners. Such norms often shape land titling and beneficiary selection processes, resulting in limited access for women to agrarian reform benefits and decision-making roles. The underrepresentation of women suggests the need for gender-responsive interventions within the Department of Agrarian Reform programs. Strategies such as inclusive land policies, gender-sensitive training, and targeted support services are essential to promote equitable participation and enhance the role of women in agricultural development. As to the services availed, among the respondents, 224 or 38% reported receiving support under the Climate Resilient Farm Productivity Support Project, primarily through the provision of farm machinery and equipment. In contrast, only 6 or 1% availed of services under foreign assisted projects. So the data indicates a strong preference for mechanization support, reflecting the increasing need to enhance farm productivity, address labor shortages, and adopt climate-resilient agricultural practices. Mechanized farming enables more efficient land preparation, sowing, and harvesting, while promoting soil conservation and resource optimization, which are critical in adapting to climate variability. Despite this progress, participation in partnership programs, marketing assistance, and foreign assisted initiatives remains minimal. These underutilized components are essential for long-term agrarian reform success as they facilitate access to capital, technology, structured markets, and value chain integration. The low uptake of such services may stem from weak institutional linkages, limited beneficiary awareness, and inadequate implementation support. Strengthening interagency coordination, improving outreach, and enhancing the organizational capacity of the ARBs are necessary steps to broaden participation and maximize the impact of this high-value intervention. Respondents expressed a high level of agreement regarding the effectiveness of DARS monitoring and evaluation systems. Findings suggest a strong trust among ARBs in DARS oversight and performance evaluation mechanisms. Beneficiaries generally view DAR supervision and monitoring efforts as effective, responsive, and accountable, contributing to improved service quality and program sustainability. This confidence reinforces the perception that institutional management under the program fosters timely issue resolution, continuous improvement, and long-term program success. As to social infrastructure building, these results suggest that ARBs generally perceive DAR's capacity and capability building efforts, particularly through the training, as effective and responsive to their needs. The beneficiaries acknowledge these initiatives as instrumental in enhancing their skills, productivity, and adoption of sustainable farming practices. The positive perception reflects that the social infrastructure building programs are well aligned with the grassroots needs, contributing to individual empowerment, community resilience, and the broader goals of rural development and poverty reduction. However, the lower score on resource allocation points to opportunities for improvement, particularly in expanding financial and logistical support to optimize program outcomes. Respondents strongly agreed that DAR provides sufficient training and skills development opportunities for ARBs under SIB's capacity building initiatives to improve enterprise capabilities. These findings underscore the perceived value of training and capacity development in supporting ARB's transition from land recipients to agri-entrepreneurs. While the training components were well received, the respondents noted ongoing challenges in areas such as market access, financial literacy, and business development, indicating the need for enhanced linkage support and post-training interventions. Overall, the programs contributed not only to individual economic empowerment, but also fostered community engagement, gender inclusion, and environmental sustainability, positioning the beneficiaries as active contributors to local and regional development. As to climate resilient farm productivity support, reports indicate that material support, particularly farm machinery, is highly valued by the beneficiaries and is perceived as significantly enhancing their ability to cope with climate-related challenges. Access to modern climate-resilient technologies enable farmers to reduce labor dependency, optimize resources, and improve yields under variable weather conditions. Respondents emphasize that such support contributes to long-term farm sustainability, operational efficiency, and climate adaptability. Innovations such as automated tools, efficient irrigation systems, and climate-proof machinery reduce input costs and improve overall productivity, thereby reinforcing food security and economic viability in the face of climate change. 87 or 23% identified the lack of in-person or field monitoring as the most common challenge, while 57 or 15% reported encountering inaccurate program delivery. The findings suggest that although the program is generally effective, the absence of regular on-site monitoring remains a critical implementation gap, and without consistent field oversight, issues such as resource misallocation, unverified program execution, and delayed resolution of local challenges persist. Respondents noted that remote monitoring fails to capture the complex realities on the ground, including infrastructure barriers and unreported issues. Enhanced field level engagement would not only improve accountability, but also ensure that interventions are responsive to the beneficiaries' real-time needs. Active monitoring promotes participatory governance, mobilizes local resources, and builds legitimacy around decision making, ultimately leading to more efficient service delivery and greater program impact. In conclusion, Most agrarian reform beneficiaries are males aged 61 and above, primarily from Nueva Ecija. They frequently participate in the Climate Resilient Farm Productivity Support Project, which provides farm machinery and equipment under the Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries Development and Sustainability Program. As to the evaluation of the program in terms of supervision and management, majority strongly agree that DAR's monitoring and evaluation effectively ensure the delivery of support services, whereas beneficiaries strongly agree that capacity building initiatives like the social infrastructure building training meet their needs. As to the enterprise development and economic support, the beneficiaries acknowledge that DAR provides adequate training to improve enterprise skills. And they also strongly agree that provision of machinery enhances farm resilience. However, challenges reported include insufficient in-person monitoring, the redundant training content, the lack of digital marketing support, and project mismatches with local conditions. And despite this, the overall effectiveness of the program is recognized. As to consistency, there is no statistically significant difference found in program assessment across the provinces studied. And as to the program outlook, while the program aligns well with its goal of enhancing productivity and sustainability, persistent challenges remain, such as limited credit access, outdated practices, and weak market integration. Continued refinement, better implementation, and stronger stakeholder collaboration are crucial to fully empower the beneficiaries and promote inclusive rural development. As to the pathways to sustainability, there is a need for youth engagement. DAR should implement youth-focused policies, including financial incentives, improve access to land and credit, and rural infrastructure investment to attract the younger farmers. Educational institutions like universities and vocational schools must integrate agricultural literacy and modern technology-driven agribusiness training into their curricula and extension programs. Next is digital monitoring and evaluation. DOR should adopt a real-time digital monitoring and evaluation system using mobile and online platforms to gather immediate feedback on training, equipment, and enterprise support. Regular data analysis will optimize program adjustments, resource allocation, and climate-resilient farming initiatives. There's also a need for enhanced field monitoring and program alignment. The need to strengthen in-person field monitoring to improve supervision and service delivery, the need to diversify seminar topics, avoid repetition in social infrastructure building, the need to expand digital marketing support for enterprise development, and ensure climate resilient farm productivity projects are tailored to local conditions. There's also a need for responsive program implementation. The DAR should develop data-driven incentive programs to motivate responsive implementers, improving the delivery and quality of services aligned with the beneficiaries' specific needs. And for future research directions, there is a need to encourage longitudinal studies assessing the long-term impacts on income, productivity, and livelihood sustainability. For the research on cooperatives and agrarian reform beneficiary organizations is recommended to understand how collective action enhances productivity, market access, economic resilience. So these are some of the references. So that will be all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rose Marie Casimiro. Are there any questions from our session chairs?
No, ma'am. From my side, no questions.
All right, then. Thank you. And that ends all the presentations for this session. Thank you to all our presenters for sharing your work and to our session chairs for their time and support. So, based on the session chair's evaluation, Best Paper Award and Best Paper Presentation Award for each session will be selected. And while we await the final results of our Best Paper and Best Paper Presentation Awards, let's take this time to reflect on what we have experienced today. So it has been a truly inspiring and intellectually stimulating day with brilliant presentations, diverse perspectives, and groundbreaking research that cross disciplines and borders. So we thank each of our presenters for contributing to the spirit of collaboration and also innovation that defines this conference. Please feel free to take this moment to stretch, hydrate, or connect with fellow participants here on Zoom or in the chat box. So if you have any quick thoughts, reflections, or appreciations that you'd like to share, we'd love to hear them while we await. So we anticipate the final results to be with us shortly. Kindly stay with us, and we promise the wait will be worth it. Stay tuned, and we'll be announcing the awardees in just a moment. Okay, so based on the evaluations of our session chairs, we are proud to announce the recipients of the following distinctions. For technical session 1, oh, wait a moment. Before announcing, may I request everyone to turn on their videos, their cameras to take a photo. Again, before announcing the award or the awardees, may I request everyone to turn on their cameras, turn their videos for photo taking. Okay, while waiting for the others. Once again, may I request everyone to turn on their cameras for picture taking.
Okay, at the count of three, everybody smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Yep, that's it. Thank you so much. All right, so it's time to know the results from the evaluation of our session chairs. For technical session 1, the best paper award goes to Soumya Bhatt, Prerna Reshma Nayak, Suprita Rao, and Suvidha with their study design of low power and area efficient CMOS. Congratulations! Another Best Paper Award goes to Ravindra Pavitra Purnima and Vijaya Kumari with their paper Synthesis and Characterization of Donor Substituted Dibenzylene Acetone, sorry for it's hard to pronounce, as a sensitizer in dye-sensitized solar cells application. And for the Best Paper Presentation Award, again from Technical Session 1, goes to Ganesh Srinivasa Shetty, Arun Upadhyaya, and Raghuna Nata with their paper Portable Medical Graded Refrigeration System. Congratulations! For um, Technical Session 2, the Best Paper Award goes to Julian G. Gamit and Manuel Joy Ticleto and Vilma Ramos with their paper Preparedness and Recovery Measures to Typhoons of Agricultural Extension Workers in Central Luzon. Best Paper Presentation Award goes to Swati Subulakshmi and Karan and Ravi Prabha K with their study, a case study on cattle breeds and common diseases affecting the cattle in the rural area of Udupi district. Congratulations. We have another award. For the Best Innovative Research Award, it goes to Lan Dazi, Pimporn Tongmuang, Sarisak Suntorn Chai, and Yu Jian Peng with their study mechanism of P13K AKT signaling pathway mediating apoptosis of periodontal tissue cells in chronic periodontitis. Another Best Innovative Research Award goes to Ajesh Sachin Prabhu Ganesh Yuji with their study Design and Implementation of a Controller-Based Automatic Cooking Machine for Time, Efficient, and Quality Food Preparation. Once again, congratulations to all the awardees, and to every presenter who made today's session a success. Your work exemplifies the conference theme of integrating knowledge across disciplines for global impact. Your certificates will be sent to you via email. Okay, so on behalf of Serada, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the delegates, students, researchers, and participants who contributed to the success of WCMRP conference. The conference centered on the theme Integrating Knowledge Across Disciplines for Global Impact, Innovations, Challenges, and Sustainable Solutions. It was a resounding success, enriched by the insightful addresses of eminent keynote speakers from esteemed universities. We sincerely thank all the speakers, delegates, and participants for their invaluable support and active engagement. Special appreciation goes to the organizing committee members and editorial board for their unwavering dedication and contributions, which made the success of conference possible. Once again, my name is Jessamine Simanyalong from Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, Philippines. Goodbye, everyone, and thank you so much. Keep safe,